Hello. I call this meeting to order at 5, I know we're running late, 5:09, and announce the board met in closed session and took the following action. Public employee employment. The board took action and unanimously approved the appointment of the following administrators: Katrina Baguette, Principal, David Reese Elementary; Mike Bloomquist, Principal, Cosumnes River Elementary; Scott Hadley, Principal, Isabel Jackson Elementary. Congratulations. Welcome to the Elk Grove Unified School District's virtual board meeting through the Zoom webinar platform. We thank you for joining us and ask for your patience in advance as we navigate this new platform for conducting school board meetings. Legislative bodies, including school districts, are now permitted to hold board meetings telephonically or by other electronic means because on March 17th, 2020, the governor issued Executive Order N-2920, suspending certain provisions of the California Ralph M. Brown Act. In addition, consistent with the March 19th, 2020 statewide shelter-in-place order issued by the governor, Executive Order N-3320, the Sacramento County Shelter at Home orders issued on March 19th, 2020 and April 7th, 2020, and the Center for Disease Control Social Distancing Guidelines, which discourage public gatherings. This board meeting is conducted via the Zoom webinar platform. Public comments can be submitted to the board on items on the board's meeting agenda and also on items that do not relate to items on the agenda, but are within the board's jurisdiction. Tonight, as noted on the board's agenda and district website, all electric public comments that were submitted to the board through the Google platform will be provided to the board in writing relative to the appropriate agenda. We have received over 206 public comments tonight. Given the high number of public comments regarding Elk Grove Unified School District's transition to improved educational services for all students plan, when we get to that item on the agenda, we will read the first 3 public comments submitted in the 5 categories. I think we have created a 6th category actually since the moment I've arrived at district, and then randomly select additional comments in that category. I had initially planned for 20 minutes per category, but would entertain 30 minutes per category if that is the will of the board. Could I have a Ms. Cherez?
Are you looking for a roll call or just a motion?
It's more of a discussion. If it is fine with you, 30 minutes.
30 minutes on each of 6 items?
It's 5 items and 2 of them are short.
Okay.
Yeah, it's possibly 6, but it's because it's small and totally off task.
Okay,
but it is
so
giving a full 30 minutes to the 2 items that have the most.
Yeah, I think.
I didn't mean to put you on the spot. You just are the first person on my screen. Education
okay.
Plan and distance learning and return to school, I would like to allot 30 minutes to each. Let me put this a different way. Does anyone have an objection?
I do.
Yes.
I do
Because
also.
it's such an important subject matter, I don't think that 30 minutes does justice
Okay.
and give proper time for either, hearing the feedback. I know it's going to be a long meeting, but I think part of the responsibility is to gather the input and make sure that people feel like they're heard. So I think 30 minutes, I'm not sure. I mean, are you thinking in terms of the 30 minutes for public comment and the presentation and everything? Can you break it down further?
I have 5 categories. When I have numerous things in educational plan, distance learning, and return to school. The other categories are health and activities, which will easily be done within our usual 15 minutes. So on those 3, I'm looking to extend the time. My suggestion was 30 minutes, and I was open to any objection or further comment.
I have objection and further comment.
Mr. Fortina.
Many parents have indicated through their emails to board members and the superintendent and to myself personally that they do not feel they've been heard. Whatever time it takes, we give them the time. I don't care if I'm here till 3 o'clock in the morning. We got to give people the opportunity to be heard. This is a crucial issue.
Madam Chair, may I suggest an alternative that instead of reducing the overall time per subject, we do less than 3 minutes per speaker?
Yeah.
It would probably still, be a significant amount of time, but at least everybody gets to say their piece. And we know that as we get later on in the same topic, at least they can say, I concur with what so-and-so said and things of that nature. At least that way everybody gets to speak.
If you don't know where within a person's comments they're making their most poignant point, it
That
could
is
be
the
at the end of the letter.
That is the challenge with being online, definitely, Mr. Fortuna, and not in person.
Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah, which is why I've been asking to be in person. It doesn't make any sense that we propose any kind of a model when we're not willing to get together ourselves.
Mr. Fortuna, we are willing to get together. We have technical challenges to that effect, and we have requested they are getting worked on.
The fifth largest district in the
Mr. Fortuna,
state of
thank you.
California.
We are talking about public comment. Mr. Perez,
I want to hear everybody, everything, 3 minutes.
okay, we will do a check-in after 45 minutes on each subject. Moving on. Please be advised that everyone participating via Zoom webinar is muted and all board members will be by roll call vote. Members of the board present tonight are myself, President Beth Albiani, Board Clerk Crystal Martinez-Alir, Board Member Nancy Cheris Espinoza, Board Member Carmine Forcina, Board Member Chet Madison, Board Member Tony Perez, Board Member Bobby Singh Allen. In addition, today's Zoom webinar meeting is being video recorded and will be available to you on the YouTube channel. We'd like to start with the Pledge of Allegiance. I could have Ms. Singh Allen, would you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Certainly, everyone rise. Pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Singh Allen, and thank you for being so gracious about being put on the spot. We'll start with student expulsion and voluntary transfer recommendations. Number 1, request for return from student expulsions. Ms. Pinkerton, are there any public comments related to this item?
Madam Board President Albiani, there are no public comments regarding this item.
Thank you. I'd like to call for a motion to approve the request from return for student expulsion.
I move
Mr.
approval
Allen.
to return.
Oh, thank you. A second?
Second.
Thank you. A roll call vote. Ms. Singh Allen?
Aye.
Mr. Perez? Mr. Perez, we couldn't hear your vote, sir.
Aye.
Thank you. Mr. Madison?
Aye.
Thank you. Dr. Martinez-Alir?
Aye.
Ms. Cheris Espinoza?
Aye.
Mr. Fortuna?
Aye.
Myself, that makes it unanimous. Thank you. So that is our return from student expulsions. Now our request for student expulsions. Ms. Pinkerton, is there any public comment related to this item?
Madam Board President Albiani, there are no public comments related to this item.
I'd like to call for a motion to approve the recommendation regarding the student expulsion.
So move.
And a second?
Seconded.
Thank you. Roll call vote. Mr. Fortuna?
Aye.
Ms. Cheris Espinoza?
Aye.
Dr. Martinez-Alir?
Aye.
Mr. Madison?
Aye.
Mr. Perez?
Aye.
Ms. Singh Allen?
Aye.
And myself, that is unanimous as well. Thank you. Number 4, public comment. Public comments of persons desiring to address the board about items not on the board agenda. Public written comments that were submitted through the district's Google Public Comments form by 4:30 PM regarding items not on the board's agenda will be read tonight. Ms. Pinkerton, do you have public comments on items that are not on the agenda related to closed session?
Yes, Madam Board President Albiani, I have 13 public comments to items not related to the agenda.
Thank you.
Okay, the first comment,
Excuse me,
yes, ma'am.
Ms. Martinez, Dr. Martinez O'Leary, would you keep time, please? Thank you.
The first public comment is anonymous. With the move to hybrid and less time on campus, schools like Sheldon High School should not require senior project anymore. From what I've seen, there are maybe only 2 high schools that require those anymore. It's not equitable and really unnecessary for this new schedule. Item number 2, no name. Year-round students are again at the bottom of your priority list. In order to not have to build schools that are desperately needed, you resort to year-round schedules. Last school year, the year-rounders missed 6 weeks of education, which doesn't even include the nonsense that was distance learning. There was no apology or explanation, nothing specifically directed toward your year-round parents. It is clear that EGUSD does not prioritize these students in any way. The third comment comes from Gail Sayers. I would like to thank Mr. Hoffman, Mr. Pierce, Mr. Cerruti, and the EGUSD staff for the hours of dedication that they have showed the students of our district. Their tireless work should be appreciated by all. I know the hours that they have put in, and the work has been nonstop since March. EGUSD has shown leadership dealing with COVID-19, and it starts at the top of the administration. Thank you to the superintendent and his cabinet. Item number 4 has no name. CTE coaches. The ideas laid out in the Arbiter training highlight empathy. However, the quick, sudden, and non-transparent decision to cut 6 CTE coaching positions do not highlight any thought or empathy. When I was informed, I realized that maybe all I am is a number, a dollar sign to the district, and that my work, experience, and impact means nothing. The College and Career Connections Department, specifically the CTE coaches, have done so much work to advance the career technical education programs in EGUSD, and this one decision undoes years of work, years of progressive or positive progress, years of relationship building with community, post-secondary, and business partners, and years of supporting teachers who have felt alone, isolated, and undervalued in an education system not designed for them. This does not sound like a decision that was made thinking about equity or utilizing empathy. Besides the ripple effects from CTE teachers losing the support they need and deserve, there will be an additional impact on students. Here is just a list of examples of how losing 100% of CTE coaches will impact students. Limits ability to earn college credits for free. Jeopardizes ability to expand early college credit opportunities for students. Jeopardizes district academy and pathway student ambassador leadership program. Limits student internships and work-based learning opportunities. Limits opportunities to work directly with business partners. Limits the ability to earn A through G credit, as it will take longer for courses to be approved by UCOP. Limits engagement opportunities for middle grade students to connect with high school students, teachers, and CTE programs, and limits the expansion of mentoring between elementary, middle, and high school students. The next comment is no name. I wonder how the decision to eliminate 100% of the College and Career Connections CTE coaches was made if the district's upper leadership fully believes and adheres to the vision and the values when making decisions, especially hard ones. CTE coaches support 60 academies and pathways with 142 7th through 12th grade CTE teachers and approximately 7,000 secondary students. Eliminating 100% of the CTE coaches means CTE teachers and students will not be receiving the support they need or deserve. Knowing that none of the other district coaches faced reassignment, was this decision equitable? What data supports this decision? What other options for funding were explored so CCC can keep some, if not all, of the coaches? There's only 6 of them. 6 CTE teachers do not fit into the traditional PLC or traditional PD options, and they must meet the requirements of a highly qualified or high quality pathway outlined by CDE. Leadership says, When adults do better, kids do better. Yet eliminating all of these CTE coaches counteracts the sentiment by eliminating the support teachers need to do better. CTE coaches facilitate the work required for our district to meet the college and career indicators on the California dashboard, as well as meet the district's mission E4. The CCC department is not a piece of E4, they are E4. Every component of E4 is embedded and implemented through each of the CTE academies and pathways, which are only supported by CTE coaches. By losing all coaches, the district also eliminates the CTE mentoring program, CTE student ambassadors leadership program, students earning early college credits for free, and much more. The decision to eliminate 100% of the CTE coaches undoes 6 years of work, progress, relationships, and community, post-secondary and business partnerships, investment in coaches training, and years of supporting teachers who have felt alone, isolated, and undervalued in education system not designed for them. Arbiter training requires us to make decisions based on one's hopes, dreams, and challenges, where there is empathy for teachers and students who will be facing a new school year without the support they need and most definitely deserve. It is fully understood that decisions had to be made due to proposed budget, but leadership can't ask its employees to believe in its mission values and then make decisions not aligned with them. Great leaders lead by example, especially when it's hard to do so. The next comment is also no name. The 60 academies and pathways embedded within our 9 comprehensive high schools are an integral part of serving not just all students, but in particular the underrepresented student populations. This non-traditional educational structure is not just a program and certainly not an extracurricular activity offered to engage non-college going students. The academies and pathways of EGUSD produce students with higher GPAs, higher A through G completion rates, higher post-secondary retention rates, higher attendance rates, better CASP scores in all 3 categories, math, ELA, and science, more college credits earned while in high school, and lower behavioral problems. Why is this? The pathway structure is built to make learning meaningful in a hands-on contextual way so students are able to apply their learning in a real-world setting. The content is interdisciplinary, helping students make sense and find purpose of learning math, English, and science. Students are cohorted, creating a sense of family and belonging in an education system that is traditionally designed to silo students and teachers. Students and teachers work with community and business partners to create relevant connections between learning and the world of work through a variety of work-based learning experiences. Student leadership is built into each academy and pathway so all students learn to be leaders of tomorrow. The current proposed budget cuts reassigns all of the CTE coaches back into the classroom, jeopardizing much of the success and momentum created so far, as well as the support of the academies and pathways need to continue the work of ensuring students are college, career, and life ready. Due to the current student successes, EGUSD should not only be more intentional about including CTE and continued district funding in this new plan, but also deliberate about ensuring the personnel support is in place. CTE is the best investment this district can make, as it is an inclusive educational structure that produces the results we strive for in education. CTE deserves a champion in the district, as the work done is transformational for students and highly respected throughout our region and across this nation. This next comment comes from Natalie Antolin. Here are just a few examples of how losing 100% of CTE coaches will impact the CTE program and the districts as a whole. The California dashboard, CTE coaches provide support to CTE teachers and programs that affects 4 of the 8. Career technical education pathway completion, college credit course, formerly called dual enrollment, A through G completion, and military science leadership. Distance learning, CTE coaches created and facilitated district-wide communities of practice for all 14 industry sectors, all 9 high schools with 143 teachers involved. CTE coaches spent approximately 225 hours working to train, support, and assist CTE teachers in setting up Google Classrooms, learning how to utilize other distance learning technologies, securing curriculum resources, and one-on-one coaching. CTE continuous improvement. From May 1st to May 29th, CTE coaches spent approximately 150 hours conducting 60 or more Zoom meetings with CTE teachers and teams in the annual CTE continuous improvement self-assessment. This plan allows CTE programs to review the work they have done and make decisions on how to continue to improve the program for the following school year. The improvements teachers want to work on in 2020-2021 school year are integrating curriculum, developing defense of learning, increasing work-based learning and internship opportunities for students, developing a student leadership component, intentional data review to ensure equity, access, and a student success of pathway outcomes. How will this be accomplished without CTE coaches to support them in the process? A through G courses, CTE coaches have been integral in supporting the process of rewriting CTE courses to meet A through G requirements. Between 2015 and 2020, A through G approved CTE courses has increased by 50%. College credit courses, CTE coaches' work has brought an increase in CTE students having the opportunity to earn college credit while still in high school, 525 in 2015 and 2,236 in 2020. These are examples of the work CTE coaches help to support and facilitate. This support for CTE teachers is now in jeopardy as the 6 CTE coach positions have been radically cut without thought to the ripple effects. The next comment is from the Nguyen family. Aegis, the teachers at the charter school are only temporary teachers. Some only get paid hourly. Families need to know this information. This next comment comes from Deborah George. I am very concerned about the personnel reassignments of the CTE instructional coaches. The coaches provide the vital support to over 60 CTE programs within the district. CTE programs provide at-risk students opportunities, skills, and support they may not otherwise gain in traditional ways. The CTE coaches have developed and maintained such programs as curricular development specialists, providing links between industry business partners with site academies and pathways, new CTE teacher mentoring, CTE credentialing completion, articulation coordination that offers hundreds of students college credit for completing their pathway courses, sequencing, and district-wide student leadership opportunities. One of the most important aspects of our academy and pathways is the social emotional support that our students will gain from these specialized programs. Programs that address social emotional learning will be of the utmost importance in the upcoming school year and should not be considered extracurricular expendable. Please keep our CTE funding in order to provide these essential services for our most at-risk students. This next comment comes from April regarding race and educational rights. In response to several comments regarding the need for schools to reopen in order to lessen the achievement gap of the African American community and the economical disadvantage, please refer to the data that states, although African Americans are only about 6% of the population, we make up almost 10% of COVID-19 cases and over 35% together with the Hispanic population. In my opinion, these comments were once again to exploit the Black community as a prop to obtain what would benefit other demographics while disregarding our safety, health, and the consideration of our lives mattering in general. These reopenings would be detrimental and would most negatively impact Black, Hispanic, and economically disadvantaged communities. The next comment comes from Sean Michael. Dear EGUSD Board, I urge you to follow Sacramento City Unified's lead and remove all SROs from Elk Grove schools for the 2020-2021 school year. In the academic report, The Capital Suspensions, examining the racial exclusion of Black males in Sacramento County, Dr. J. Luke Wood shows that in 2018, Elk Grove Unified had the second highest number of suspensions of Black males in the state, ranking higher than Oakland, San Diego, and Long Beach Unified. The only district that ranked higher was Sacramento City Unified. In the Justice Policy Institute's Education Under Arrest, Dr. Amanda Peteruti showed that SROs are not correlated with a greater safety in schools, but are correlated with significantly higher suspension, expulsion, and arrest rates for Black students. Further, Dr. Peteruti notes that the Black students who attend schools with SROs present are significantly more likely to drop out and to end up incarcerated than both their white counterparts and Black students at schools without SROs present. In short, the board cannot simultaneously assert that Black Lives Matter while continuing to employ the Sacramento Sheriff's Office to provide SROs, whose presence only serves to criminalize Black students. I commend the district's restorative justice program, and I urge the board to ramp up funding for more counselors, social workers, and restorative justice trainers to give staff the support they need to properly serve students. EGUSD should end its SRO program and shift funding to a more robust and well-trained restorative justice program. And the last comment comes from a concerned family. I was appalled of the comment from board member Mr. Fortuna at about 4 hours and 45 minutes into the public Zoom board meeting held on June 9th, which can still be accessed on YouTube, in which he expressed his disdain and disapproval for the email that went out to families regarding support of Black lives and informing families of the upcoming peaceful protests and events to support Black students and families in these trying times. Mr. Fortuna expressing that Black Lives Matter was a political issue and believing that the district is wrong for sending the email is disheartening, and he is one of the members that oversees our diverse district, and his son supports the lives of Black students and his non-support of the lives of Black students is eye-opening, and he is a reflection of the bias, mistreatment, which includes looking the other way if it doesn't affect your mentality. We now see silence regarding these issues does not rectify them. His sentiments are offensive and show disregard for those he supposedly represents. I do, however, commend Superintendent Hoffman for taking ownership of these emails being sent and standing behind the necessity of them. I hope he remains to be what our district and students need. Please don't allow our pain and struggle to be silenced or ignored anymore by anyone. I firmly believe the significant amount still needs to be done to show we are moving to support and change what's in place and what is lacking to be in place to support African American students. We need more action, and the time is now. That concludes the public comment.
Thank you. Appropriate district staff can follow up with concerned parents if they've left their name and have a question in there. Would like to move to the consent agenda. Ms. Pinkerton, are there any items on the consent agenda? Any public comment about items on the consent agenda?
No, Madam Board President, there are no comments on the consent agenda.
Thank you. I'd like to call for a motion to approve items 1 through 39 on the consent agenda.
So moved. This is Bobby.
Moved, seconded by Mr. Perez via hand signal. I gotcha. Could you say it verbally though, Mr. Perez? Unfortunately, we're being recorded. Well, not unfortunately, but I need you to say it verbally, please, sir.
My mouth doesn't work. Oh, yes, I second it, but I like to pull three consent item numbers.
Okay, may I have the items, please? The item numbers?
2, 6, and 33.
Okay, Ms. Singh Allen, would you like to amend your motion to exclude items 2, 6, and number 33, please?
So be it.
And a second? Mr. Perez, would you like to second that and then start with your reasons?
Yes.
It's been moved and seconded. All in favor, I will take a roll call vote. Oh. Okay. Sorry, a little dependent on my script.
You want to do one motion at the end to do all of them if they end up, if Mr. Perez often asks questions, but in the end, he's okay with them. Once he gets clarification, we could get them all done at the end if we can get there.
Excellent. Mr. Perez, could you start with number 2, please? Approval of minutes.
Yes, last meeting we had, I stated that I did not support transferring monies, funds, line item funds, and I wanted that to be reflected in the minutes. It's not reflected in the minutes.
And Mr. Perez, the minutes that we do aren't word for word. They're a summary of the actions of the board. But
Exactly.
your comments are recorded, and we have those available to be seen. But we don't do word for word, comment for comment minutes. That's not how the minutes are set up.
Well, I personally said I wanted it to be in the minutes.
It's in the recording, but we
then-
don't capture every individual comment. Mr. Perez, it's not how we organize the minutes.
If
And
we had
then
If we have a vote, Mr. Perez, then that is recorded for you, but as individual comments are put into the general minutes, sir.
And also, I think, did we take a roll call vote that, and I also voted that I did not support that. So that is not reflected also that I did not support. And I think we took a roll vote count on that. And I was the only one that didn't support that policy. And it's not reflected.
I
So,
will ask for the tape to be reviewed, Mr. Perez. We can pull item number 2 and approve items both on the next agenda, and I will ask if there was a vote if you were recorded correctly.
okay, and then number 6 is that same item that we're gonna be talking about today. Approval of resolution to establish temporary inter-fund transfers. Again, I do not support that issue, that
Number 6,
resolution.
sir. Number 6,
Yeah.
Mr. Perez, is approval of budget transfers for various funds, such as when the school year wraps up, carryover funds and such. Mr. Hoffman, you can clear up if I'm incorrect.
Yes, and Ms. Hayes can give a detailed explanation for you, Mr. Perez. Ms. Hayes?
Right, so somehow, well, on my agenda, item number 6, approval of budget transfer right here. I don't know what the heck. Yeah, and I hit that budget item and there's something wrong with that. So anyway, I want to make it perfectly clear, I do not support transfer of money. And then the last item, number 330, is example of when you transfer money from what's the item here? From Head Start, when we don't hire individuals and then we pull that money and use it for something else. And so I do not know if that was a management issue that they did not go seek out paraprofessionals to hire in those positions and then later on say, hey, we're going to use that money for another reason. So I'm kind of upset that, you were transferring that money on those items that, it's okay that, if it wasn't that those monies, or we could find those monies, but we were using paraprofessionals in those positions, and then we turned around and said we couldn't find anybody to replace those individuals. So I kind of wonder what the heck's going on there within that Head Start program. Those paraprofessionals that were temporary substitutes should have been picked up as full-time individuals. That's what I think. And then, I support the fact that we're buying these programs, Mini Pals. That's an excellent program. But the way that we're funding it through this process of transferring funds, I do not agree 100%. That's why I'm leery about transferring funds from one categorical program into another, and it could get us into trouble. So I worry about that.
So, Mr. Perez, if I can,
Yes.
item number 6 on the consent agenda, that's labeled approval of budget transfers for various funds.
Yeah.
Those are not transfers out of one categorical into another. Those are transfers that budgetarily we're moving monies between object classifications, meaning we got a new grant into the district as an example. It's $100,000. We are declaring that revenue and we're releasing it for expenditures. So this isn't borrowing of cash. Okay, the agenda item from last meeting, which was the approval, it was a board resolution to move cash between funds. That is a temporary borrowing situation so that we have enough cash in order to pay our bills. And so as an example of that, our food nutrition fund right now, because we're not running our meals like we had in the past because of COVID-19, we have not been reimbursed to the same degree to cover our labor costs. So in that particular example, we have moved cash out of Fund 1 into Fund 13 to satisfy that obligation. That gets reversed when we go into the next fiscal period once we get reimbursed from the state. So I just want to be clear of what that means. It's a cash flow issue from the resolution from last meeting. It's not a budget transfer, and we're not taking funds away from the program that generated them. As far as the Head Start, if I may, the Head Start, our SETA contract, which funds our Head Start program, that wasn't a management issue. Because of COVID-19, the program itself couldn't operate in the normal manner it would have had school been in session. So SETA agency is allowing us an extension so that we can continue to provide services to our needy children at the preschool level. And so this is allowing the district more flexibility so that we can bring staff back and we can have staff working with our preschool students.
Right, you're absolutely right. But yet, again, in your explanation, it stated that those individuals were not picked up. As a result of not picking up, we couldn't find anybody within the paraprofessionals. And so there was no, that was like salary savings, and we use it for another reason. That's what I'm saying about that.
Understood, Mr. Perez. So at the point in time that we closed school in March, there wasn't an ability to hire anybody because preschool students weren't brought back into a distance learning model where it would have required that level of staff.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why the agency is letting us realign it into other areas. It's the full intention to continue those positions and hire them as quickly as possible. It's just right now in the world that we're in, we're not able to do that, but that is the intention of the program.
Are you saying that paraprofessionals aren't doing anything right now? Or aren't they helping the students or the program?
No, I'm not saying that, Mr. Perez. What I'm saying is if they had open positions that they were in the process of filling, that we couldn't complete that process. A staff could not be evaluated in a distance learning scenario with our classified membership. I'm not saying that they weren't in doing what they needed to do in conjunction with teachers with preschoolers. I'm just saying that the positions that happened to be open at the time we closed, we were not in a position where we could actually hire staff. So that's going to change as soon as we start school back up, and then they'll go back through their normal process of filling those positions for our preschool programs.
Well, that reasoning doesn't make sense to me. We just approved some high school principals, and yet we cannot hire paraprofessionals.
I wouldn't say, Mr. Perez, that we can't. I think that's a specialized area. It's only for preschool. People have to apply for those positions in order for us to fill them.
Okay.
And those positions are not 6 hours a day. Preschool classes run AM, PM. They run a minimum number of hours. And so they do have their fair share of turnover, but I wouldn't say it's a lot of open positions. It's probably a handful.
Okay.
And they continue to recruit and they continue to seek out staff for that purpose.
All right.
And Ms. Hayes,
Thank
for
you.
clarification, the money is coming from Head Start and going to Head Start. It is not leaving the program, correct?
It is not leaving the program. We were able to do some one-time things with this amendment to not send the money back to SETA and that we could use it. SETA itself, through their modification process, they look at the programming that's attached to the budgets that we're submitting. They are very integrated with the instructional delivery model itself. It is very restrictive. It's probably one of our most restrictive programs that we have. So if SETA didn't approve of us releasing unused salaries and benefits for another purpose, we would have been denied. So this is a formality. They've already blessed it once through their board process. Then the next step is to bring it through our board process to execute it.
Okay, thank you.
You're exactly
Mr.
right.
Perez?
The issue is that those monies were for personnel and for their benefits. And then they got switched for like school equipment, which we could use Measure M. You know, that's what that was intended for, the improvement of the school sites and all this stuff. So kind of,
Mr.
you know.
Mr. Perez, it has been explained.
And software.
Do you still want to pull those items, or are you willing to vote on those items as a whole minus item number 2?
No, my point was exposing and also let my fellow board members know that what's going on in transferring monies for other issues like, school equipment and software when it was personnel. That's when I think that, I know that, that we're being monitored by Head Start in the county and the state and all that stuff, but we got to be very leery of how we do that. And to me, it doesn't look right.
Can I make a comment?
Yes.
President, I move that we vote on the items.
I
Thank you.
second.
It's been called to question. We'll be voting on items on the consent agenda 1 through 39 with the removal of item 2 as requested to be reviewed and brought back on our next agenda. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. But you
Aye.
need a roll call.
Oh, I'm sorry. I have to do roll call. Ms. Sing Allen? I'm sorry,
Oh,
Ms.
sorry,
Sing Allen.
Am I on mute?
No, my bad. Mr. Perez?
Aye.
Thank you. Mr. Madison?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you, Mr. Madison. Dr. Martinez O'Leary?
Aye.
Ms. Charis Espinoza?
Aye.
Mr. Fortuna?
Aye.
And myself. Thank you. It is unanimous. Moving off of consent agenda. Bargaining units. Ms. Pinkerton, is there any bargaining unit that would like to submit
So,
public comment?
Ms. Albiani,
Yes.
we took action on all the items except for 6 and 33, right? So do we still need to take action on 6 and 33? Or I missed that?
No, my understanding was we took action on everything but 2. All items on the consent agenda minus number 2, which we have promised to Mr. Perez to bring back after consideration.
Awesome. Thank you.
Number 11, bargaining units. Ms. Pinkerton, are there any public comments from our bargaining units?
Madam Board President Albiani, there are no public comments regarding bargaining units.
Thank you. We'll move on to the public hearing action items. Tentative agreement between Elk Grove Unified School District and Psychologists and Social Workers Association, 2019-2020 through 2020-2021. Mr. David Riley?
Good evening, President Albiani, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman, Ms. Avalos. The EGUSD Board President is asked to announce and open the public hearing with a request for anyone who wishes to speak to the PISWA tentative agreement to please come forward. After listening to any speakers, the Board President should close the public hearing. After closing the public hearing, the board should be asked to take action to approve or ratify the tentative agreement. The tentative agreement has been ratified by a vote of PISWA members. The tentative agreement extends the current PISWA collective bargaining agreement through June 30th, 2021 with 2020-2021 school year reopeners. The EGUS board should be asked to approve or ratify the attached 1920 through 2021 PISWA tentative agreement. There is no impact from this PISWA tentative agreement on the district's budget. Therefore, the AB 1200 process is inapplicable.
Thank you. I'd like to open public hearing and call on Ms. Pinkerton to read any public comments related to this item.
Madam Board President Albiani, there are no public comments related to this item.
Then upon hearing that, I will close the public hearing and call for a motion to approve the tentative agreement between Elk Grove Unified School District and the Psychologists and Social Workers Association from 2019 through 2020, from 2019 through 2020 through 2020-2021.
So moved. This is Bobby.
Tony.
Moved by Ms. Sing Allen, seconded by Mr. Perez. I need to do a roll call vote. Mr. Fortuna.
Aye.
Ms. Charis Espinoza.
Aye.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Aye.
Thank you. Dr. Martinez O'Leary.
Aye.
Mr. Madison.
Aye.
Mr. Perez.
Aye.
Ms. Sing Allen.
Aye.
And myself, it is unanimous. Thank you, Mr. Riley. Number 2, 2020-2021 adopted budget public hearing and approval. Ms. Hayes.
Good evening, Madam President, members of the board. Superintendent Hoffman and Ms. Avalos, if you would give me one moment to launch the presentation. So tonight I bring to you the 2020-21 adopted budget. And before I begin my presentation, I just wanted to extend my heartfelt thanks to the board. You guys have been more than patient as we've been crunching numbers and trying to decipher all of the activities that happen at the state level. And Superintendent Hoffman and Mr. Pierce, I can't thank you enough for all of your support over these past couple of weeks. It's been a roller coaster, for lack of a better description, but I think we are coming off the ride in a pretty nice situation. So with that, I will go through our presentation. So tonight, as I mentioned, the 2020-21 adopted budget, it's $885 million that we bring to you tonight for both public hearing and approval. And if I could click and make it go, there we go. So tonight we're going to talk about the state budget, the components of the education budget trailer bill, AB 77, federal funding in relation to the CARES Act. We'll look at the local control funding formula and the overview for parents. We'll go through estimated actuals and the changes to the fund balance for 2021, and then the multi-year projections, and then we will look at the remainder of the budget. So our focus is going to be primarily on the unrestricted general fund, which is primarily what is shown to the board through our different cycles of budget review. But we are bringing to you in a public setting where you can see without having to go through the 300-page state financial reports. So looking at the state budget, the governor and the legislature came to an agreement on June 22nd. Because of board action, you allowed us to move the board meeting out to tonight so that we could further digest what the governor and the legislature had agreed to. So thank you for that. The trailer bill language from AB 77 was going through its third reading at the point that this presentation was developed, and it actually was signed, I believe, late last night. The components of AB 77 that affect the district was a 0% COLA. If you recall the different scenarios, what we were looking at when May Revise came out from the governor, it was proposed to have a 2.31% COLA, but a 10% cut. So we're not seeing the COLA, we're being held harmless to 2019-20 funding levels. CalSTRS and CalPERS, there's money set aside to relieve the pressure from employers and the contribution rates from increasing. There's $5.33 billion set aside in federal funding. There was an increase to the AB 602 state funding model for students with disabilities. There was an ADA hold harmless at 2019-20 funding level. What that means is for our ADA, what we counted up through February 29th was just before school sites closed. That's the ADA that we're using for the 2021 school year. There's deferrals to the tune of $20.9 billion. They will affect the 2021 school year. There's the suspension of the local control accountability plan for only year 2021. And there's a creation of the learning continuity and attendance plan. And Mr. Cerruti and I kind of laughed because the local control accountability plan, we refer to it as the LCAP. And the creation of the learning continuity and attendance plan, it happens to be the same acronym, but for purposes of tonight, we're going to refer to that as the plan. And then there's a whole section proposed and now signed and acted on distance learning accountability. So looking at the details of AB 77, there are no layoffs without cause for 2021 school year. This is specific to essential staff, meaning teachers and classified employees who provide custodial, nutrition, and transportation services. That thinking is that because of the changes with distance learning, et cetera, that we just don't, lay off all of our staff and then we don't have workers when we need them. LCFF funding is guaranteed at the 1920 rates. To receive full funding, this is what gets tricky. So our apportionment could be harmed if we don't fulfill the next several bullets. So we have to offer a full year of instruction minimum of 180 days for districts and 175 days for charters. Right now, for a regular, normal, traditional school year for Elk Grove, we offer 180 days at our modified traditional school sites, and we do 171 days for our multi-track year-round school sites. And the reason we can offer 171 days at our multi-track year-round is because they actually have a longer day. So the minutes are equal to those of traditional and modified traditional, but they're able to do a shorter year. We must document daily student participation and communicate with parents for students not participating in a minimum of 3 days or 60% of a school week. And instructional minutes are going to be reduced to a minimum of 240 per grades, step 4 through 12, 180 minutes for kinder, 230 minutes for grades 1 through 3, and then 230 minutes, or excuse me, I said that, sorry. This was supposed to allow for distance learning for teachers so that they don't have the same exact instructional minutes. To put it in perspective, right now, kindergarten has to meet 200 minutes per day. Grades 1 through 3 right now have to do 280 minutes per day, and grades 4 through 12, if we look at, they lumped 4 through 12 together and reduced it down to 240. Grades 4 through 8 needed to do 300 minutes, and grades 9 through 12, they were required to do 360. So there is some flexibility in there if we then offer distance learning as an option for our students. Some additional accountability. If permitted by a local health agency, districts must provide some form of in-school instruction. There's language in Ed Code 43502 and 43503 that speaks to that specifically. And then in lieu of the full local controllability plan, by September 30th, districts have to complete a learning continuity and attendance plan. In this plan, it has a lot of the same requirements that our LCAP has. The plan describing how they'll respond to the impact of the coronavirus on in-school and distance learning and learning loss. So the theme throughout AB 77 was about mitigating learning loss, which is why we see all of the push in of the one-time federal funds and trying to close all of those gaps. And there's a number of different ways that the governor and the legislature came together to see how that would play out for schools and what our flexibility would look like. So there's been a lot of talk, and the state is trying to respond to reports of uneven access and low quality distance learning during the school closures. So districts are now required to comply with the following: confirm that students have access to a computer and internet at home in order to participate in distance learning, which we rolled out hotspots and we rolled out all different kinds of access points for students. That will probably continue. I believe on the consent agenda, there was an item to purchase additional Chromebooks, to provide standard to line content and instruction, to provide daily live interaction with students for the purposes of instruction, maintain regular communication with parents on student progress, establishing procedures to re-engage students who are absent more than 3 days or 60% of the instructional week, provide academic supports for EL students, students with disabilities, foster youth, homeless, and students who have fallen behind in their academic progress. That is specific to our 3 subgroups of which we receive supplemental concentration funds for. So there's a lot of language in there for our more at-risk kids to not let them fall more behind. And then to continue special education services. And that one I think has continued to be tricky for us, as IEPs will have to be redeveloped for those students that can't come to school in order to maintain the items that are written in a student's IEP. So looking at the learning continuity and attendance plan, as I mentioned earlier, we're going to refer to this as the plan. It shall be approved by a governing board and include and implement all of the following. So along the same lines as our district's LCAP, we have to solicit recommendations and comments of members of the public regarding the specific actions and expenditures. We must notify members of the public of the opportunity to submit written comments regarding the specific actions and expenditures. We have to present the plan to the Parent Advisory Committee and the English Learner Parent Advisory Committee separately, which right now we do it in combination with. We have to respond in writing to comments received by the committees. We must present the plan at a public hearing, and then subsequently ask the board to adopt a plan at the next public meeting. So all of this has to happen by September 30th of 2020. So looking at the money pieces, the state has proposed, it sounds funny to say proposed now that I know everything's signed. So the state has set aside $5.33 billion in one-time funds for the district to mitigate learning loss and expenditures incurred due to the public health emergency. How they have done that is $4.44 billion is from the coronavirus relief fund, but those funds expire in December of 2020. There's another $500 million from the state's general fund. Those monies expire as well on December 30th of 2020. Then there's $355 million from the federal trust fund, and those monies were calculated based on the SELPA's December 1 enrollment count. These funds, however, are extended through September of 21. And then the state has already released $13.2 billion from the CARES Act for elementary and secondary school emergency relief. We refer to it as ESSER funds. And this is to address the impact of COVID-19 for elementary and secondary schools.
Madam Chair, may I ask a question on that last slide?
Yes.
You muted yourself, Nancy.
Sorry, when you say expiration of the funds, does that mean that the funds need to be committed or actually spent by those deadlines?
Right now, based on the information that we have, and we don't have guidance yet from the California Department of Ed, but the way I understand the funding to work is that districts must expend in total by December 30th those funds. We actually have to report back out to the state of any balances that remaining, and we will have to give them back. And it's my understanding if whatever district is unable to expend those funds by December, there's a reallocation process. So that timeline is very, very short. If you were looking at expenditures between July 1 and December 30th, that's 6 months worth. But these monies are allowing districts to go back and identify expenditures all the way back to March of 2020 when schools closed. So the district will have flexibility. The board will be taking action, and we will be getting input of what expenditures can be applied. As we go further through the presentation, there's rules, if you will, of how these funds can be used. But yes, December 30th, the district won't have access to them after that.
So just a general comment. One of the challenges with all of this is that this was just signed by the governor. And so a lot of the details are not there yet. And certainly the assistance from CDE and others interpreting what was actually in it, that guidance hasn't been provided yet. So we'll be doing, like everything else, some of this will be in real time. We'll be having to work through these processes as we work through this new legislation.
I have a question. This fiscal year ends June 30th, correct?
That's correct.
Supplemental concentration funds. Have we expended all those this last school year?
No, we have not.
And they roll over to the next fiscal year, next academic year?
They roll over to the next academic year, and our district has in the past and will continue to use those funds to support those children in the way that the board took action on originally.
We need to discuss that later on in another meeting, I think. Anybody agree?
And we generally do that when we close the books, and we actually bring directly to the board where we had carryovers, and then the staff makes recommendations for where we do. So that will be coming back to the board as it does on an annual basis.
We will also, Mr. Perez, be bringing back to the board at first interim the LCAP parent stakeholder document, and I'll go over that later on in the presentation, and I think that might address some of your questions when it comes to where are those monies going and are they following the children. Okay. So of these monies, it is important to point out how the district will be receiving them. So the state allocated $2.9 billion to allocate to districts based on their proportionate share of supplemental concentration. They also set aside $1.5 billion to be allocated based on a district's students with disabilities count. And then the other portion is based on a district's proportionate amount of LCFF, which I can't remember the amount per student, but that's how the district's going to receive the funds. So, and it's going to be based on our February 29th ADA values. So that's how we're basing our planning, if you will, to see where these will fall out. But as Mr. Hoffman stated, there's a lot of details still that we don't know. So these are our best guesses right now. The only one that we are aware of is the ESSER funds, and I believe we have a slide in here to detail that out a little bit more. So funds shall be expended for any of the following. So now you're going to start hearing the strings that are attached. Federal money is never free, nor should it be. That is taxpayer money that's coming to the district. We must be responsible. But it can have its challenges when we're in a situation, which Elk Grove is, along with every other district in the state, where our LCFF didn't receive a cost of living increase, yet the cost of personnel, which our district is 86% of our budget, when you have changes in personnel costs, it becomes difficult if you didn't get additional new revenue. So we're going to be getting revenue, but it's going to be restricted. So this is where you start seeing that kind of language. So of the CARES Act funds, it can be expended for addressing learning loss, that's the big thing right now, is to ensure that students close that learning gap and address any learning loss. The thought is that we could accelerate progress to close those learning gaps by doing before the start of school instruction and into the school year. So for us, it's a little bit difficult because we do have multi-track year-round here. And then with our county order, as far as the social distancing makes it problematic, obviously, that's why we're having the discussion about what learning will look like going forward. Extending the instructional school year. So we talked a little bit about minutes on a previous slide. Those minutes are a minimum. We do have the option to do a longer day. That is stuff that has to be bargained and has to be discussed with our different bargaining groups. But those are minimums, not maximums. So, but we could extend the instructional year. We could extend the instructional minutes. We could also provide additional academic services for pupils, such as assessments of pupil learning needs, intensive instruction for addressing gaps, and then additional instructional materials or supports and connectivity. So, you know, going one-to-one as an example, is that something the district can afford to do now that we're going to get this CARES Act money? So those are the conversations that still need to be had and still need to be fleshed out as we go forward.
And I have a whole lot of questions that I'm holding until the end of your presentation. But with respect to the last comment, is there anything that prevents us from having a parent put a child in a cab and bring him to their school site for speech therapy, as an example?
That I don't know on the program side, because I'm on the money side, but I don't know what that looks like going forward, Mr. Fortina.
I'm asking from a money perspective. Are there any limitations that would prevent something like that happen? I'm not dealing with the programmatic side of it.
So no, right now, anything to enhance learning would qualify.
That's what I wanted to know. Thank you, Shannon.
You're welcome. So as we continue down this path, one of the other items is providing integrated pupil supports to address other barriers to learning. So we hear about that with the social emotional side and students that are having a hard time because they are disconnected from their classroom and their peers. And then as a condition of the receipt of the funds, the board will be asked to approve the plan by September 30th, and that we will comply with federal law. So there's some stickiness in there, and it'll be interesting to see what that language looks like going forward that they will be asking us to address.
Pardon me, Mr. Fortuna, can you mute your mic, please?
So Elk Grove Unified, current projections based on what we gleaned out of AB 77, and please keep in mind that was from June 22nd, and I have not gone back through the actual enacted budget language to see what's changed. This was our best guess at that time. So, and it's not budgeted right now, and the reason for that is the board needs to be able to, and we need to seek stakeholder engagement, et cetera, before we start committing funds. So as a planning tool is what we're looking at right here. Based on what the state had put in their AB 77, $64.5 million is what we anticipate coming to Elk Grove in a one-time manner. We anticipate $26.5 million coming directly from the coronavirus fund, $10 million from the state's general fund, $15.1 million from the federal trust fund, and we know the 12.9. So that 12.9, that's a known number. Those were released as of July 1st. We can go back to March to claim expenditures against those monies. The 12.9, I will tell you, has the least amount of restrictions attached to it. And that was allocated to us based on our proportionate amount of Title I funding. The tricky part with federal funds is the district is obligated to have consultation and meetings with our private schools. So as any, and this is not new, any federal funds that the district receives, we have to have a consultation with private schools, and the private schools have to elect to participate or not participate. And we do have private schools that receive services only, and like through Title I, where they're given an allocation for those students that qualify. So that all has to happen in the middle of all of the stakeholder and all of the budget planning that we have to get into the plan to have the board take action before September 30th. So a lot of work that has to be done. Our thinking currently is, because of the timeline on when these monies have to be spent, is that in order to have fiscal solvency with the lack of the COLA that we're getting on the local control funding formula, is that we will move expenditures, hopefully, that will allow us to save money in the unrestricted general fund, so that in the event that the state does not start generating enough funds to continue to give us a COLA, or if we get into the next school year and they decide that the economy is not doing as projected and we end up seeing a cut in funding, that these monies would help soften that landing and we wouldn't have to go into dramatic cut mode. And I do have a multi-year projection to share with you of what that would look like if we do that. Again, all of this stuff has to come back for board action, so this is not something that administration is doing behind closed doors. It's a very open, transparent process as we move forward with these funds. So looking at the LCFF, these are the base rates. They're the same for all districts across the state. This is where we start. The 1920 base grant amounts per ADA did not change because there is a zero COLA projected. So 2021, we're starting in the same place as 1920. We have two grade span adjustments. We have one in K3, which is an additional $801 per ADA. And we have another one in grades 9 through 12. So K3, we are obligated to have a class size of 24:1 in that grade span, unless we have a bargained agreement to do something different. And then in 9 through 12, we get another extra $243, which is to support CTE programs. So if you remember back in the day, we used to have regional occupational programs known as ROP. That was a funding source through our Sacramento County Office of Education. With the implementation of LCFF, the Sacramento County Office of Education took their funding back, which left us with having to fund those programs. So although ROP doesn't exist in that sense, the amount of money that we were spending, and it's roughly 1.9 million in the old ROP format, has continued funding those programs as CTE pathways and CTE type programs. So we still have that level in our budget. So the $243 per ADA is offsetting those costs. And then we've expanded obviously with our grants with CTIG, et cetera. So then if you add all of that up together, you have your 2021 adjusted grants per ADA. We then get an additional 20% for our supplemental, and then if our UPP, which is our unduplicated percentage, is above 55%, which we are, then we get an additional 50%. So those are those rates going forward. And so this is what it looks like. So for Elk Grove in 1920, we were funded through LCFF at $9,724 per ADA. You can see that our ADA doesn't change from 1920 to 2021, and it will not change regardless of how our student population fluctuates, because we are held harmless at that level. But you can see our LCFF revenue is going to drop. It's going to drop about 1.5 million. And that's due to the UPP decreasing, going from 56.76% down to 56.36. So I don't know yet at this point in time with our student population, if the enrollment levels change, what that will do to our UPP. So our UPP, we're funded on a 3-year rolling average, and the UPP is enrollment, not ADA. So there is a disconnect between being held harmless on ADA and being funded for your supplemental and concentration monies on enrollment. So that's one area that we'll have to detangle and see what happens. Right now, for projections for 2021 school year, we're projecting everything to be flat, meaning same level of enrollment of UPP students that qualify and the same level of ADA. So we could potentially see something go awry if we have students leave the district. Typically, when you see stuff like this happen with a pandemic like this or any kind of recession, we do see an increase with students that qualify for free and reduced lunch. If that's the case, theoretically, we would get more money if we had an increase in that area. But right now, the way the language is written, the UPP portion is silent. And then we don't have to complete an LCAP. So it's kind of, it's unknown ground, if you will. So that will be interesting going forward and what that looks like.
I have a question. You said that we might get an increase. Will we have a decrease in home study? Will people go do home studying during this?
Are you asking if we have a decrease in homeschooling?
Yes.
I don't know.
Has that happened before?
Mr. Perez, is your question if people choose to do distance learning, do we lose their ADA?
No, she made a comment regarding we're going to have an increase possibly. But I was thinking, could we have a decrease? Because people are afraid to come to school and blah, blah, blah. So I was wondering, has she heard any comments on that issue? Decrease of people might do more homeschooling because of the pandemic.
And so what we're doing currently, because this will go to 2 pieces that I wanted to speak to. So Mr. Tresso, the reality is we don't know that yet. We're trying to make sure that we have a wide array of offerings for our families so that we can meet the needs of all of our families, regardless of their concerns with regards to the pandemic. The one piece I'll say is with regards to being held harmless. Held harmless works well if you're not growing as a district or if you're actually in declining enrollment. You actually kind of make out with regards to not having just being held harmless. There is energy and there's actually work from some of our local legislators and they've actually made some progress because the governor actually spoke to it when he signed the budget bill, saying that there probably needs to be an adjustment made for those districts that are growing. So while that's not in the actual language yet, it is on the radar. And Mr. Pierce and I will be working with our local legislators to make sure that we move forward on that. So we're hoping to be able to get some additional dollars, assuming that we reach our growth targets and we wouldn't be just held harmless to last year's numbers.
And if I may, Madam President, Mr. Perez, to your question, what Ms. Hayes was suggesting is a couple things, right? Given the current state of the economy and unemployment and everything that's going on, more students may qualify for free and reduced lunch than we've projected and than from the previous year. If that happens, our unduplicated pupil percentage would go up. Therefore, that number that she's referencing could go up because that is based on enrollment, not ADA. If we lose students, the good news is we are held harmless on the ADA level. I think that's
Okay.
Mr. Perez, we're good?
Okay, so then we have, it was new to the adoption of the 2019-20 budget, and it's called the LCFF Budget Overview for Parents. And there's data requirements in here, and I think this goes to one of the questions that was asked earlier as to supplemental concentration. So in here, we have to show the LCFF revenue, how much revenue from supplemental and concentration, how much revenue from state funds and local funds and federal funds, and then we have to demonstrate expenditures versus what we projected we would spend based on what was planned to be spent, and then what that difference is. And then we have to explain if there's a large variance. So let's put it in perspective. So if we said we were going to spend $68 million in supplemental concentration actions and services, then we have to demonstrate and we have to show, did you actually spend that amount? And if you did not, the reason why and what happens to those funds going forward. So our district, when this has happened in the past, we have rebudgeted those in the next school year to finish out those actions and services that were already predetermined based on supplemental concentration. So this will give the board and our parents and our stakeholders a snapshot of what happened for the close of 2019-20. This is now going to be brought back through the state's enacted budget. They said that this particular document of the original LCAP comes back at first interim, which is in December. So that will have a reconciliation as far as what was planned in our LCAP. So then looking at 2019-20 and the changes to our fund balance. So these numbers are going to be quite large. A number of different things that happened. If you recall, when I brought second interim to you, the 2019-20 school year, we were deficit spending right around $13 million. And that was due by design, meaning the board had taken action to fund priorities in a one-time manner. When we do that, we're using our fund balance in order to fund those. In the 2 out years, we were actually seeing positive or surpluses at that point in time. Because of the school closures and because of the fear, if you want to call it that, of a budget reduction of 10%, the district instituted several different things. We had a spending freeze, meaning that we only approved expenditures for essential items. We froze vacant positions. They were evaluated on a case-by-case basis, whether or not we would fill them. And so this is that reflection. So our increase to our ending fund balance is $21 million. That I broke it down for you so you can see how it is. There was an additional $3.6 million that we were able to recognize based on our ADA. So because we closed the year early and our snapshot of ADA was at February 29th, we actually were able to count more kids than we would normally. So normally what we see through the second half of the school year, we see people drop off. So without having kids in seats longer through February 29th was a positive for us. So an additional $3.6 million we weren't anticipating. Then because of school closures, the amount of salaries and benefits that we were using, pretty much all of the timesheet time dropped off. So all of the articulation and the professional development and those kinds of activities that happened in the spring didn't happen. So we had a savings of $11.6 million between salaries and benefits. And then on the operating side, we saw something similar. So we had a savings in electricity. We had only spending money on essential items. We're not running summer school at every single school site. We went to a centralized manner. So those are what generated a savings of $8.5 million. On the flip side of that, we did see a decrease. So the district is not going to see $2.7 million in indirect that comes from our categorical programs. because with distance learning, there are categorical programs where we weren't able to meet the objectives of the grant. And so therefore, in a lot of cases, ACES is one of those. 21st Century Learning Centers is another one of those where the state has given us extensions to continue to spend those monies out. But as far as closing our books, there's a loss there of 2.7. So here's what we look like. So we adopted our budget, deficit spending, as I mentioned, that was from the funding priorities. 45-day revised, we got a little bit better. At first interim, that is the inclusion of those carryovers that I had talked about, supplemental concentration specifically. We rebudget that coming into first interim so that they can finish out their course. Second interim, we had a little bit of a refinement. We dropped our deficit spending again. It's just almost 13 million. But you'll see we're going to project to end with a surplus of 8.3. Now, we were hoping that we could do that. We did do that. The whole goal for freezing everything was to increase that fund balance as high as we could, because we're going to need every single penny as we come forward. So then looking at what happened to the unrestricted general fund between second interim and adoption, we were able to increase our surplus deficit up 3 million. So it went from 2 million up to 5. Our local control funding formula, with a zero COLA, we lost 13.6 million that we were anticipating at second interim. For special education funding AB 602, we are getting an additional $68 per ADA. That one was scary for me because this was legislation that was in and out and ongoing and one time. It actually started in 1920 as one-time monies to the district. This has now been made ongoing, and it's earning about $5 million. Again, I haven't seen the actual details, but it's estimated to the district to earn an additional $5 million through that funding mechanism. And then the reduction in employer contribution rates. So the rates that we were using at second interim versus the rates that are now approved is going to reduce the amount by 7.1 million. And this is specific to CalSTRS and CalPERS employer contributions. And so this is the second year in a row where the governor has set aside monies from a different source in order to reduce the amount of contributions from districts. Then on March 17th, the board took action on one-time funding priorities. So we spent 3.2 million. And then we had a savings from the frozen positions. So cabinet and directors went through vacant positions and we identified those that needed to be frozen through September, those that could be frozen through the end of June. That savings is approximately 1.5 million going forward. And it's not to say that these are frozen and can't come back if something were to happen. Cabinet is still going through the process to look at positions that are open. If they are essential and they're deemed needed, then we'll revisit at that time. But your adopted budget that you're going to see tonight does have that savings built in. So then looking at the 2021 adopted budget, looks pretty nice. Surplus of 1.6 or 5.6 million. You can see our fund balance is very large. It's $100 million. That's leaving 85 million as undesignated. So right now we've taken out all of the restricted reserves, meaning the reserves we had previously for instructional materials and the reserve we had for the Arbinger training. So those are all now sitting in the 85 million undesignated. It's left that way for the board to take action to fund priorities as needed. And as we go through, and I'll show you the multi-year projections, I'll show you why. So looking at our multi-year projection, I left fiscal year 23-24 out there for you to see. We're not going to be reporting to the state the multi-year projection for that year 23-24, but I think it's very important to see how quickly our costs go up when the state doesn't offer a cost of living increase. So right now, they're all projected at 0 across all 3 years. There's a slight downtick in 2021-22, and that's due to the third year of the UPP percentage flattening out. So if we look at that, we have a surplus in year 1, we have a deficit in year 2. Year 3 goes up from being a $2 million deficit to 20, and then we jump to 33. And that's if we change nothing. So in this scenario, we could still meet our 2% mandated reserve. So we would have to work with our county office. When you have projected deficits this way, we are considered negative status, meaning you cannot meet your financial obligations in the first or second and third year. In this particular scenario, if we left it as is and we have increased that fund balance to the point that we could ride this out for a couple of years. I don't recommend that. I think the district needs to get itself into a situation where if we come into 21-22 and it's proposed that the state has not come back enough and they have to now cut districts, then that's going to be problematic if we don't have a plan in place. So this is the scenario with the federal monies and what we expect to see in federal monies. And so these numbers get really, really, really big. So looking at these, you can see we've generated $70 million in the first column for our estimated actuals, and we anticipate that coming forward in our ending balance. If we receive all of the monies as we currently project, that's $64.5 million, we would have a surplus in 2021 of $70.7 million. Now, we haven't been concerned about 2021 because all the language that we had seen, we knew that we were going to get these monies pushed in. Our problem comes in the out years because those monies in yellow are one time, and you can only spend them once, obviously. But it inflates our fund balance enough that you can see that if we, by deficit spending $2 million, we could set aside $3 million out of that fund balance for deficit spending. The next year we would need to set aside 21 to cover this deficit of 19, and then set aside another 35. Now, this isn't what we're going to move forward with. This is just to demonstrate that we're going to get this huge influx. We're going to have to do something with it. One of those things is to preserve as much as our fund balance as we can so that we can write out what's going to come down the pipe. So not knowing what's going to come down, and as far as just its economy going to bounce back enough that we can see those conservative COLAs, so we typically see between 1.5% and 2.5%, somewhere in there, that would make everything whole as far as our LCFF is concerned. There are a lot of things. There's about $3.4 million worth of items that were funded in 1920 that are not funded going forward. Those could be revisited at another date, now knowing that this federal monies, these one-time monies, are now built in. I hesitate doing ongoing programs and one-time money because we get used to having that and then it's gone. And so the last thing we want to do is put supports out there for students and then not have that same support going forward. So we'll have to be strategic as far as, you know, what do those supports look like and what does the increased learning look like, so that, you know, those supports are still there in the future for students and it's just not here one day and gone the next. So then all of our other funds. So we just got done talking about the unrestricted general fund. The reason we spend so much time in that area is because that is the most flexibility the district has. All of these other funds that we're going to talk about next are restricted, meaning that they're in a separate fund other than O1. They are restricted in nature, meaning they have actual specific either ed code attached to them or the agency has specified you must spend them in this particular manner. So it leaves the board with no flexibility as far as you can't take this money and go do something else with it. So in Fund 1, we have restricted programs. They're primarily Title I, Title II, Title III. You hear about our title programs, our after-school programs. Special education is in here, routine restricted maintenance, and all of the custodial services and attached to RRM are all in here. So right now we're projecting a surplus based on those activities. Categorical programs is how they are referred to. They are self-sufficient. So the district doesn't support outside of special education categorical programs. So special education is the only area that is underfunded, both from the state and federal level, by which the district has to send monies over. And then with routine restricted maintenance, because we have bond sales, we have to send 3% of our unrestricted general fund over to RRM to maintain facilities. And so that's a requirement, but not because they're underfunded. So that's what the restricted side of the house looks like. Moving on to charter schools. So Elk Grove Charter, this is their entire operations. They are self-funded, if you will. They receive LCFF revenue no different than the district, and they have to maintain their ADA and their supplemental concentration funds as well. They also get a portion of lottery money, same as the district, and they also receive Prop 20 funds, same as the district. And so the oversight that the district provides, we're able to charge 3% in indirect, and that's to cover our overhead and allow them to use HR, payroll, all of those administrative costs, if you will. So that's Elk Grove Charter. They also have the requirement to do the LCAP. Not sure if they have to do the new plan or not, but my guess is going to be, since they had to do an LCAP, that they'll have to do one of those continuity and attendance plans. Then looking at Fund 11, this is adult education. This again it's self-sufficient. It is deficit spending, a small amount. That is due to the jail programs that we have. So our CCC is a jail program that we have where we do actually teach adults that are incarcerated. We do have fee-based programs in here. We do have high school graduation programs and those things for students that either didn't graduate high school. There's CTI is what they refer to it as, programs where adults can come and learn a trade and then go out into the workforce. Adult Education Block Grant is a large funding source within, that's the 2.1 million. That has a reduction to it, but now that we have zero COLA, I'm hoping that that money comes back in. So the 2021 adopted budget is built with the reductions in place as they were proposed on June 22nd. So we could see this correcting itself going forward. Again, adult ed is self-sufficient. I'm not worried about them going bankrupt or anything like that, but we do watch their deficit spending. So right now they're okay. Looking at Fund 12, this is Child Development Fund. This is where our general ed preschool programs are funded from. They have actually 3 funding sources. This is 2 of the 3. The third one is Title I in the general fund. They again are self-sufficient and they are budgeting based on their grant applications that are funded. So what's in here is Head Start, State Preschool. State Preschool does have some additional monies coming to it through the enacted budget, so it'll be interesting to see what happens here. They had proposed originally to have full day preschool, but we're not there yet. I know that's an interest of SETA in our Head Start programs, but with everything that's happening right now, I don't know that necessarily we're even going forward with our pilot. We might be still continuing our pilot. Then looking at the Fund 13 Special Revenue Fund for Cafeteria. This is all of food nutrition. This one is going to be difficult because Michelle had to produce meals and she's not reimbursed in full meals, and then the meal counts are down. So the revenue that's projected of the 16.2 from the feds and the 9.3 from the state is, I would say, currently overstated. We do know through the CARES Act that feeding students, even when they're not in school, is still a priority. It's written into the Budget Act that way. The CARES Act money that we'll be receiving can be used to offset these costs. You can see she's deficit spending 1.1 million. The district has been giving food nutrition a contribution. It was $400,000 in 2019-20. We did not put one in here for 2021. Originally, we were going to propose to send $600,000 over here to offset the costs of labor. But with everything that's changed, we did not. But we will have to figure out a game plan going forward. I did see that the USDA had provided for waivers for meals. So I'm hoping that this does right itself going forward. If it does not, Michelle, in her operations, there's enough fund balance in here that we shouldn't have to go grab monies from the general fund going forward, but this is one that's on our radar, and it's a direct relation to COVID-19. Fund 14 is the deferred maintenance fund. We do have a fund balance that has been in here, and we continue to do deferred maintenance projects. Once all those projects are complete, and we are proposing to spend down the remaining balance, which is $252,000, you can see our estimated beginning balance is $256,000. So those will be whittled away as those items are matched with the different projects through Measure M, et cetera. Then looking at the building fund, this is Measure M. We are estimating $62 million worth of projects right now, and it's doing what it should do. So this is exactly how it should be. The reason there's no revenue in here is because we have not had a bond sale. Looking at Fund 25, this is developer fees, estimating $9 million to come in. We have a little bit of salaries and benefits, and these are the costs attributed to developer fees. Looking at Fund 35, this is our construction for all of our new projects. So the new Franklin, as an example, those are costs that are in here. Again, no revenue, and that's because the state allocation board has not sent us any money. And that's one that Mr. Pierce has continued to remind everybody that we have not been paid on several projects, although I think we did receive funding on 2 of the prior ones. Then looking at Fund 40, this is capital outlay, project funds, redevelopment fees go in here. These are monies that the district can use for capital purchases. In order to access these funds, the board would need to take action to move them out to someplace else. And then I believe we have finished our Prop 39 activities, and so I think we're in a reconciliation process right now, and then those will be done. So I don't expect a lot of expenditures happening in here unless we do something with the redevelopment fees. Then looking at Capital Projects Fund 49, this is for our Mello-Roos Community Facilities District funds. This has a lot of salaries and benefits again. It also has our excess taxes that are in here that go to offset costs of repaying our debt for principal and interest. And we also have projects that are in process for different construction programs that are not part of either a school or some of those other ones that you just saw in Fund 35. Then we have the Bond Interest and Redemption Fund. This is where all of our debt resides. And these are in accordance with the debt service repayment plans specific to the 2 GO bond sales we've had. So we had a sale in 2017 and we had a sale in 2019, and this is the repayment of those. Then in Fund 52, this is the repayment of the Mello-Roos debt service. And so in here you can see that we have anticipated taxes coming in to offset, and then the supplies and operating, that is our debt service, both principal and interest, scheduled for the 2021 school year. And looking at Fund 67, I'm so excited about this. So my first year in this position, we went to a JPA for our workers' compensation. And at that point in time, Mr. Pierce and I met with Schools Insurance Authority. They were presenting to us a return to work program and the ability to decrease our amount of workers' comp liability. And so what's left in this fund is what they consider the tail claims. So these were claims that happened prior to that transition. And they have been phenomenal in resolving old workers' comp claims. So you can see we're down to an estimated beginning balance of $4.2 million. We are fully funded as far as the liability is concerned with those. And you can see the $745,000 in supplies and operating. That's the anticipated amount that goes into payments to those claims to resolve them. And then the salaries and benefits, that is our risk management department and the work that they do in regards to our workers' compensation program. And I can say that the return to work program is just phenomenal, and it's enabled our staff to get back to work quicker. And I think everybody's happier for it. So next steps. We kept the 45-day revised budget out here. It's 45 days, it's calendar days from the time the budget is enacted. So that starts today. Not sure if we're going to need it or not, but I left it out there in the event that we do need to bring a budget adjustment. Our Sacramento County Office of Ed, their Fiscal Services Division says that we need to do it if there's material change. The other reason we would need to do it if there was any negotiated agreements, which we don't currently have. We'll be bringing to you the 1920 unaudited actuals in September. And then the 2021 Learning Continuity and Attendance Plan will need to be board approved no later than September 30th. And then our local control funding formula budget overview for parents will be brought in December along with our first interim. And then we'll be right back at it again with the governor's January proposal in January, and then second interim after that in March. And with that, I will pause there.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hayes. I would like to open a public hearing and call on Ms. Pinkerton to read any public comments related to this item.
Thank you, Madam Board President Albiani. There are no public comments related to this item.
Thank you. I'd like to close the public hearing. And I believe there are comments. So instead of calling for a motion at this moment, we'll call for a motion, then we will discuss, and then we will vote. So I'd like to close the public hearing, call for a motion to approve the 2020-2021 adopted budget for all district funds.
So moved.
Second it.
By Ms. Singh Allen, seconded by Mr. Madison. Thank you. Comments, Ms. Singh Allen? Do you have any comments?
Sure. That was a lot to take in.
37 pages.
Oh my God. Thank you, Shannon. Wow. Tremendous work on your part and the teams. Just some, just some general comments. It's not as bad as I once expected, perhaps a few weeks ago. So that's encouraging. I think I expected just real dark, bad news all around. So the good news is it did not live up to my expectations. So it's already a win-win for me from that standpoint. But we still have obviously a long way to go. Just some, comments as it relates to the process of how we receive LCFF funding. I think that those points, those 5 benchmarks are all excellent. It keeps us accountable and the process accountable. So I'm glad that's there. I really like the accountability with Assembly Bill 77. I find that very encouraging because it does put the needs of kids first with all of those benchmarks that are clearly defined there. So very encouraged to see that. The IEPs being redeveloped to meet the needs of special ed. I would be curious how what that's going to look like, because that's a concern, and making sure that the needs of the students and the families are being met in this setting. It can be quite daunting. Let's see. I do really, the state getting money to mitigate lost learning. That's an important source. That we'll be able to get some funding on that. I would be curious to see how we spend that and making sure that we use it obviously in the best way possible, because as we learn through our distance learning presentations, there's significant lost learning with our students. So any strategies that we can utilize to mitigate that, that's going to be very important for our students. The other point that the governor raised that impacts us directly, that we are a growing district. And I think, Chris, you mentioned a little bit about this, that adjustments are needed to make sure that EGUSD is not harmed in this. So I am hopeful because there is recognition for those growing districts. So hopefully we'll see some additional money and language that comes out for districts such as ourselves, since we are a growing district. Special education being underfunded federally, statewide, very concerning to me, as these are the highest need students. So, I'm encouraged overall, but there are still some gaps here that obviously are still concerning as a trustee. And then of course our meal reimbursements. There's still a lot of outstanding monies there that we desperately need, so we don't tap into the general fund. So that's another area of concern. But, other than these comments, you did a great job, Shannon, in breaking it all down. That was a lot of information. So to the 1,400 people watching, yeah, this is serious work here. So we don't take it lightly. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Perez? You're still
on mute.
You're on mute, Mr. Perez. We can't hear you, sir.
Oops.
Thank you.
Okay. Yes, very good job, Bobby, summarizing our concerns. Again, I am concerned regarding the generation gap, the learning gap, the learning loss. I propose that we go year-round for these individual students on distance learning. I call it internet learning. So we got a lot of work to do. That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Perez. Mr. Madison?
Thank you, Madam President. I want to thank Ms. Hayes for the wonderful report, and particularly in such a very, very short period of time. I know you guys have been working tirelessly in the last 2 days trying to put all this together. As Ms. Singh Allen indicated, it was such a long report for all of us just to digest in this short period of time. I'm overall very pleased that our 2021 school year, that we look in decent shape, that we can move forward with that. However, we do have concerns, as you indicated, moving out to the further years. The accountability on the AB 77, I was very pleased with to see that a lot of the kids that are underprivileged, we have accountability for. And I'm hoping the staff will be able to report to the board on progress in these areas and with the money we're spending with AB 77. As indicated too, the lost learning, I'm very much concerned too. I know some kids right now are not at par, and should be at this time. The $12.9 million you mentioned about that those are attached to unattached will be more of a challenge in terms of elementary school and high school. Can you comment on that again?
I'm sorry, Mr. Madison, what slide were you referring to?
You know, I didn't get the slide. You mentioned about, it was, we were getting $64 million
Yes.
overall.
Yes.
And you mentioned about the 12.9 million.
So the 12.9 million is from the ESSER funds, and that is our least restrictive monies that are coming to the district to support learning. So that will have the most broad, if you will, definition of what the district can use those funds for.
Thank you for that clarification. So it's something the staff will be looking into it and reporting out to us on. The one-time funding, I'm glad you pointed out on that, on my experience in that, we've got to be extremely careful with the one-time funding because if we don't, we can get ourselves into a rabbit hole on that. So I just want to bring that up to the board members as well. And then lastly, with the cafeteria fund, I know we are helping fund that area, but it is critical that we continue to certainly provide lunches for our underprivileged kids all around in our district. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Madison. Dr. Martinez-Solier?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
So thank you, Shannon, Mrs. Hayes, for the thorough report on the budget. It was a lot of information. It's mentioned previously by my colleagues within a certain amount of time frame you had to prepare for the presentation tonight. I appreciate it and the work that's been done. I know particularly I do like, similar to my colleagues' comments regarding the AB 77 ways to be more accountable, and also looking at the fact that you included in this presentation the Relief Act and all the strings attached. I believe last time I had asked you some questions about that. So thank you for showing how the funds would be utilized, specifically how we can utilize the funding for the coronavirus relief and the CARES, and how we can use that moving forward. I think is really particular. You made some really key points in which you pointed out how we were able to conserve some money and how that was moving forward for us, how we were able to, again, reuse those funds, maybe or repurpose those some way in the future, or reevaluate, such as our board priorities. So I'll be looking forward to that as well, upcoming months. And I really appreciate the thoroughness of your overall in depth of the presentation. There's so many items, right, that are still concerns, such as special education, the cafeteria fund. And so moving forward, I know those are all considerations that we'll be looking at really closely. But I also appreciate the deep dive that you did regarding all of the different funding levels, such as our charter schools, adult education, the child care, the Head Start preschool programs. I really think those are all keen for us moving forward, because we're getting a whole visual picture of an overall view of our different categorical funds, but also moving forward with the funding level we're getting from the state and federal government. So I really appreciate that as well. So thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Ms. Charis Espinoza?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. Hayes, for another excellent presentation. As I listened to you talk, it really hit me that those who don't deal with this on a regular basis, education is not only the most highly regulated environment, it's also the, one of the areas with the most unreliable funding. So, in a normal year, we do see some volatility, but the curve of education funding, it'll look like an old-timey roller coaster, right, over the course of the years. And I think this year, since March, we've seen that timeline compressed. So we've seen the volatility that we normally see in 2 or 3 decades, but we've lived it all since March. So for the benefit of the folks in the don't know what you and your team have been not just surviving, but thriving, thank you so much for getting us to where we are. I want to echo the comments from my colleagues that I think the statement in AB 77 is really just kind of declaratory of why we're all in education, right? We're here to educate kids, and most of those kids need that instruction to be in person. So even though I think it's really just declaratory of what we all already know and believe, I appreciate that statement being there, because I think it gets us all to the same page. There's a presumption that education is going to take place in person whenever that's possible, right? Whenever health conditions allow that to be the case. Let's see. So I also appreciate additional funding targeting learning loss. It's going to be another opportunity for our district to innovate, to not just do more of what we've done in the past, but to really use student assessment data to focus on which students need intervention, and hopefully be creative about how we meet their needs. In communications that I had received from parents, and I know many of you, if not all of you, have as well, parents have been extremely candid with us about their struggles with distance learning in the spring. And I know that we are trying to address some of those, or are addressing some of those issues with distance learning 2.0 for next year, but that doesn't take the pressure off our desire to get back in the classroom. I do have a question related to, there are 2 questions. This is the first one. So some of those learning loss funds, or maybe it's just another pot of federal funds. Ms. Hayes, isn't it the case that some of those funds are allocated in a way that doesn't necessarily favor our district or many districts, because they weren't allocated per ADA, but instead per supplemental or concentration? Could you talk about that a little bit?
Sure. So originally the proposal from the governor was that the CARES Act monies that we are receiving was going to be allocated based on a district's concentration grant. And so what that did was it gave our district, as an example, a windfall of money, but then other districts received nothing. It's like a Folsom Cordova, I think, received 0 money in that scenario. We thought it would be much more fair if you were to disperse monies or allocate monies in that manner, that you do it based on supplemental concentration together. And that's where they landed, and that's what they ended up doing with those funds.
Got it. Thank you for the clarification. Last question from me. Could you please address the college and career coaches, the issue that we heard about in public comment at the top of the meeting, and let us know where that is in this budget?
So it's not in the budget. The reason for that is the board had taken action during 1920 school year to fund those positions and a number of others on a one-time basis. And those one-time monies are gone. We honored what the board had approved, which was they were to terminate on June 30th. So they do not exist in the budget, and that's the reason for that.
Okay, thank you. That's all for me, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Forshino?
Thank you. We're being asked to approve this budget tonight based on a number of requirements, accountability requirements, and yet we don't know how the district intends to go about fulfilling those requirements. And I'm going to give an example. And I'm not going to ask a lot of the questions I had written down, Shannon, because they're really questions that Mark and Chris need to respond to. But as an example, with number 8, slide 8, where it talks about mitigating the learning loss. Since we don't do formative assessment in our school district or any other type of assessment that would provide baseline information, then how do you decide what's been lost when you don't know where the student started? So that is one of many questions I have with respect to the accountability measures that have been placed on the money we're getting. So I mean, there's a lot of things like that I don't understand.
So Mr. Fortuna, I want to be clear because we have so many people online from the public. The budget that you're being asked to approve tonight doesn't include any of that money that's attached to that accountability.
Okay, then
Okay.
I appreciate that, Shannon.
That's going to be the work that we all are going to have to jump into like August 1st in order to meet the timeline. So those monies that are tied to all of that accountability are attached to that new continuity and attendance plan that the board has to take action on.
All right.
So that will come to you for you to address all of those items that you have.
Thank you. And I certainly appreciate the continued listing of the restricted fund balances, because many know that in the past we didn't do that, so that we really didn't approve the budget, which for me is all the fund balances. We were approving just the general unrestricted. So I do appreciate having that. We did, and I don't want to put a lot of burden on you, and I suppose I could do the work myself, but as that information is provided, could you list the percentages as you do for the unrestricted fund on any fund balance and contingency reserve and those other items?
Yeah,
that would just
that's
be
no problem.
nice to see that with a quick glance.
Not
And
a
in
problem.
terms of what's coming tonight, in terms of reviews and comments, did it go before the board's subcommittee on budget?
So we've been struggling with the board's finance committee. So the finance committee has been unable to meet since we closed down. And the reason for that is they're bound by the same Brown Act rules as the board. And we don't have a mechanism right now in order to have a forum like we are here. So the Zoom meetings that we do during a board meeting like tonight are different than just getting on a Zoom meeting with the finance committee. So I did provide the chairperson, Angie Wainsgard, a snapshot of where we thought we were budgetarily via email. Her and I had been corresponding, but they don't typically see the adopted budget prior to the board seeing it. Their recommendations that they bring to you in December at the end of their report, if the board chooses to include those, we will include those, but past practice has been that they don't see it, they see it after the fact. So according to their bylaws, they're supposed to be reviewing both the interim reports and the adopted budget, but those happen after they've been approved by the board.
We always want to make sure you guys get, the board gets the first shot at the enacted budget.
Thank you, Shannon.
You're welcome.
Be good, Mr. Fortino?
Until we have our comments on the motion. Are we going to have discussion per parliamentary rules on the motion? I know you're giving us a chance right now to make have comments and ask questions, but we have a motion on the floor, correct?
Yes, and we're having discussion now. I called on you
Okay.
one by one. Did you have
Then
something
I will
to
make
add?
then I will make my comment. And it's this. I'm going to vote yes on the budget for a number of reasons. One, it includes the Improve Your Tomorrow money, which we see as critical. Two, it includes the VAPA director position, which all 7 of us had approved. What I'm uncomfortable with is that when we talked about board budget priorities, it was my understanding that we were going to come back to visit those. It was not my understanding that we were going to come back and revisit those after the budget was approved. So there's a lot of important things on the board budget priority list that are just hanging out there. As an example, boys and girls 7th and 8th grade sports programs. School's starting here in approximately 6 weeks, and I understand the rules that are on board for sports, but if tomorrow all the restrictions were lifted, there's no money to pay for anything at the middle schools. And so I'm really uncomfortable not having time when we would go and look at board budget priorities. And what I'm left with is trust me. And right now I'm having a bit of a problem with the trust me. So I will vote yes, but I do so with a lot of concerns.
Point taken.
I'd love to speak to that. So the concept now, and make sure the rest of the board's clear on this. We brought the board priorities, all of the board priorities, to the board earlier in the spring. We made the recommendation, like we always do, to move forward with the board priorities that were tied to people, and ask the board, with the support of all of the unions, to approve and take action on the people that were on the board priority list. And the board followed that recommendation and made that approval. It was clear at that point that we were not in a place to fund the other one-time priorities that were still on the funding priority list. And it was clearly stated that we would bring those back to the board when we had a clearer picture of the budget. At the May revise, we were looking at significant deficits for the 2021 school year. And even up until this very last couple of days when the legislature and the governor came to agreement and signed the budget, we didn't know what we had for 2021. So it was always the expectation that we would bring back the board priorities when there was a budget and we had some more information to be able to make a decision regarding the additional board priorities. That's exactly what we did. And we're in a place now where it would make sense that in August probably would be a logical time to have that next conversation, because the reality is we still need to get the receipts of the taxes at the state level to see what, and that's July 15th. So we're going to get a better picture and really make sure we're clear about what's going on, whether the feds come through with their dollars or don't come through with their dollars. If the feds don't come through with the dollars, the deferrals that will be built into this budget will be a challenge. So we fully expect, we've not lost sight of those budget priorities. They still exist, but the board firmly made the decision to fund the people and get those taken care of prior to the March layoff notice. And we did that, and the other ones are still there, and we may be in a position in relatively short order to bring those back to the board. So the idea of trust, I have issue with the comment, because we've been completely forthright and shared that information with the board directly.
One last thing, Shannon, if you will hold on one second. As a way of information, irrespective of the fact that the state and federal government have underfunded special education, our district has always met its obligation to our special education students through general fund contributions. What was the 1920 school year contribution from the general fund to special education?
I'm sorry, you cut out. Are you asking what the contribution was?
Yes, Shannon.
Okay, hang on just a second. My 37 pages are too many pages, I'm sorry. So it's roughly $110 million is coming from unrestricted general fund over to special education.
So I mean, that's a pretty large amount of money. And I know that work has been done for the last 50 years that I know of to try to get both the state and the feds to live up to their responsibility, and they don't. And I know we're doing some things now. Do we include our PAC in advocating with the state legislature to appropriately fund special education? Because that's a lot of money that comes out of the general fund program. That would fund many, many things in the general ed program were we not having to offset the deficit. So do we include PAC in those efforts?
Mr. Porcinas, we've done a significant amount of work with regards to working with the legislature in that work. And it was 2 years ago that for the first time in the governor's budget, that the 3- and 4-year-old students with autism that we were not receiving funding for previously were included in the budget. And that came directly from advocacy of the Elk Grove Unified School District. So that was one step in the right direction. We've also been working very closely with Representative Ami Bera and been carrying that language back to the feds as well. And I don't have the number off the top of my head, but there was an increase with regards to the federal contribution with regards to special ed. So it's nowhere near the 40% that they promised us, but there have actually, and I know in your entire career that we've asked for that and it's never happened, but in the last 18 months, it's happened twice. And there's actually additional energy at the federal level right now to get closer to the 40% that they are supposed to fund. So never before in I think the history of education since IDA has been put in place and the promises were made, I believe at the state level within the legislature and in the governor's office and within the halls of Washington, D.C., people are finally hearing that message, and we're starting to see incremental and not enough, not fast enough, but we are actually seeing this as a priority at multiple levels. So I know that the hope at the end of the end of the rainbow, you've been waiting for it forever, but I think that there's actually energy there for that to happen. So we'll keep pushing on it for sure.
So does our parent advisory committee participate in those advocacy efforts?
We certainly engage with them. I know that we've had the parents go down and contact legislatures, but we certainly hear their concerns And we carry those forward, just like we hear the concerns of the board and of our teachers and everyone else. So we try to carry the voice of all those folks as part of that process.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, for my comment, I would like to say that when we had our last board presentation on the budget, I wanted to cry. It was horrific, and we were going to be in the hole starting as of next year, and it was just a cliff. So I am very thankful to the government for helping us. I have never been in a position where you are responsible for so many people and have no control over how you are funded, and it is beyond frustrating. So on that note, we will take a vote. Ms. Singh Allen,
Aye.
Mr. Perez,
Aye.
Mr. Madison. I didn't hear you, Mr. Madison.
Uh,
You're there now.
Aye.
Thank you. Dr. Martinez Saleri,
Aye.
Ms. Charis Espinoza,
Aye.
Mr. Fortuna,
Aye.
and myself. So that is unanimous. Meetings for 3 hours now. We will take a 5-minute comfort break and come back to discussion item number 14.
What happened? Break. Okay.
My timer's gone off. I see Miss Charis Espinoza. Who else do we have? Oh, I see Bobby, Carmine, Crystal. Come on, chat. Mr. Perez, are you with us? All of you guys at home that found something to eat, I'm a little jealous. Mr. Perez, Mr. Madison? Can we text Mr. Perez? Mr. Hoffman, please? I'm texting Chet. Oh, we got Chet. All right, we have Mr. Perez. Thank you. May we go back on? Are we live?
Yes.
You are live.
Yes.
Thank you. Used to hearing something. Next, number 14, Elk Grove Unified School District's transition to improved educational service for all students. We spoke about public comment will be after Mr. Hoffman and after Mr. Cerruti. We have 5 breakouts of it: education plan, distance learning, return to school, health, and activities. Mr. Hoffman.
Thank you, Ms. Albiani. For the board and for everyone taking the time to be with us tonight, I thank you. And I know this has been an absolute crazy time in all of our lives, and we are working our absolute best to provide the best programming that we can for our kids. So the one thing I'll talk about tonight, you're going to see a little bit of a shift in in what we're working through here. We really are in the middle of a transition. We're moving from where we were in April and May of this past year, where we took a 63,000 kid district and turned it into a distance learning entity, in a relatively short amount of time. We learned a great deal. There were some highlights. There were certainly some things that we learned that we know we need to do better moving forward, and we're committed to that. The one thing I'll say in this transition, when this is all said and done, and kids return and staff returns, and we're the new Elk Grove Unified School District, I don't think we're ever going to be what we were in January. I fully believe that we're going to be better than we were in January when we're fully back up and running again, because we've learned so much. Our teachers have gone so far with their ability to use technology, and I believe that that's going to help us in the long run. We do have a lot of work to do in getting ready for this, and this transition model, moving from where we were to where we want to be, we do need to take some steps and not just jump back in fully to everybody back. We need to be able to test our systems. We have some theories of what school looks like with kids with social distancing and with teachers interacting with kids and other staff interacting with kids under the existing requirements. So we need to test our systems and make sure they work, and doing that with smaller groups of kids, I believe, is the right thing to do. The other thing that's critical for us is we have to test the systems of our healthcare system, and specifically our county health department. We have to be able to test when we have a suspected case, and we have to be able to get results back quickly, and we have to be able to contact trace so that we can know which kids, which classrooms, which situations do we need to close down a classroom, a wing of a school, or larger than that, depending on the situation. But without the support of the county health department and our overall healthcare system to be able to test and do so relatively quickly, get results back, and be able to contact trace, we're going to be right back where we were in March. Just an example I'll share. Back in late May, if you needed a test, it took 2 to 3 days to get that scheduled, and you got your results in a couple of 3 days. As of yesterday, it was 3 to 5 days to get scheduled for a test, and another 3 to 4 days for the turnaround. We had somebody try to register for a test last evening just to see where we were. What we found out was to get tested through the public health department, it was July 7th was the next available test. And if you wanted to go to Cal Expo, there were no spots available. They encourage you to call or to get online tomorrow and see if there were some openings. So this work that we're doing, it has to be a partnership between us and the health department. We have to test our systems and make sure they work and they're safe for kids and they're safe for adults, and we can deliver education, but we need our health department to do this as well. The other thing that I think you'll see in the transition model, I want to say this for our families as well, is we have transition processes in place, especially with the elementary and secondary schedules. And the design of those is to be able to move relatively easily to a full back model. So with our elementary, you'll see a teacher, first grade teacher will have 24 students. Those 24 kids will meet on alternating days. When we come back, that teacher and those 24 kids, they're a group, and they'll be back together, and there's no transition of new teacher, new kids, and trying to figure out those kinds of things. So it does allow us to slide back when we're ready to do that. At the secondary level, we have block scheduling and we have 6-period day scheduling, because we have secondary schools that are on traditional calendars and on block calendars. And the idea of having both of those is so that when we do roll back to everybody back, the kids will be able to roll back and the teachers will be able to roll back into their existing schedules and not have to make changes. And it's why we don't just have a single model at the secondary level. So this is really about a transition as we move from where we were in April and May to where we want to be, a new and improved and better Elk Grove Unified School District. The model you're going to see today is the transition to getting there. And if we can pull this off well, if we can do this, if we can do our part as Elk Grove Unified, and our parents and our community can do their part, not sending kids to school when they're ill, but our staff has to make sure that we don't make it so cataclysmic when a kid misses a class that they feel like they're behind forever. So we have to work as a team, and if we do this transitional model well as the Elk Grove Unified community, that's going to be our next step to coming back to the full new Elk Grove Unified. So I appreciate all the work the staff has done, and the board has been given, we've done some smaller sessions to share information with the board, and I appreciate their time and effort. But the work that's gone into this has been nonstop, and I believe it's the right work. So I look forward to staff being able to share that information tonight. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hoffman. I'd like to call on Mr. Cerruti.
Thank you, Madam President. Bear with me for one moment while I pull up a document to share. Can you see that, Madam President?
Yes, we are on slide 7. I don't know if you plan to start there.
I did not. So actually,
there we go.
Thank you very much. And thank you, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman and Ms. Avalos. We very much appreciate the opportunity to share information regarding the district's transitional education model. At the last board meeting, the board gave direction to staff to move forward with planning efforts adhering to the state and county health guidelines, and the plan that we'll be presenting this evening does just that. As is noted on the title slide, and as Superintendent Hoffman mentioned just a minute ago, we are in a transition phase. What we are presenting is what we believe to be the optimal model, combining safety and high quality educational standards given the current COVID conditions. Throughout our planning and decision-making processes, all of the work was continuously analyzed through the lenses of equity, safety, and responsiveness. And in terms of equity, we made sure that our planning was fully supportive of all students, but with particular attention to our most vulnerable, our special ed, our English learner, our foster youth, homeless, and recent immigrant students, as well as all students who are socioeconomically disadvantaged. The safety of our students, families, and staff has been and continues to be at the center of our planning, and we're attempting to be as responsive as possible to the needs and interests of our stakeholders while remaining agile and adaptable to the extremely fluid and ever-changing health conditions that we find ourselves in. So before I jump into the actual PowerPoint, I just want to point out, if folks went on and accessed, this is a slightly different version. There are two versions that are actually available and attached. The information that we'll be providing is exactly the same as the information that was on the initial PowerPoint that was provided. That one is very information, text dense. And we simply feel that the version here this evening, it's going to cover the exact same information. We just feel it's more appropriate for this venue and will accompany the descriptions that all of our folks will be sharing. But the content is exactly the same and both versions are available. Also, as Superintendent Hoffman noted, certainly the conditions that we are facing have presented incredible barriers, but our approach has not been to see them as barriers, but rather as obstacles to overcome, but opportunities to learn from and to continue to get better. And that's exactly what we're doing. We've always had the opportunity to serve our kids by providing exceptional education services in our schools, through distance learning and through independent study. So we've always been able to do that, and we will continue to do that. And we're going to continue to use student outcome and programmatic data and available research and feedback from all of our stakeholders to continue to get better. I've had the opportunity the past two board meetings to present information regarding the processes that we have used to plan. And I've mentioned at both of those settings, we fully realize that parents and kids and our staff want to know the specifics of what does a day in the life look like under these new conditions that we're under and under our transition model. But the process is really important. We're an extremely large organization, and the challenge that we're addressing is extremely complex. But I won't go into the team structure that we had because I've done that previously. But what we've done is we've broken down any and all barriers that were existing. And I don't want to give the impression that we've been a siloed organization, because we haven't. But we have become extremely adept and very fluid at a real network of rapid information and information sharing. We have gotten very, very mobile in terms of being able to make decisions and make necessary changes. But we do need to be able to adjust rapidly to the conditions. And as Superintendent Hoffman also noted, being able to move to bring increasing numbers of our kids back, and what we all want, which is opportunities for all of our kids to return, but also to move in the other direction should health conditions warrant that. And as I mentioned, and as we've all mentioned, that it is our desire to have all kids return safely to school, and to do so, we must modify our behaviors and adhere consistently and with fidelity to the health guidelines. And that means all of us. It means staff, students, parents, community members, all the time, everywhere, in every instance, making sure that our behaviors keep everyone safe and mitigating the transmission of the COVID virus. And in so doing, we will be able to bring increasing number of our kids back. Just wanted to provide examples of resources that we've used to assist and guide in our planning from left to right. Stronger Together is a guideline that came out from the California Department of Education. The school year planning guide in the center, that comes from the County Office of Education. And actually, representatives from districts across the county were involved in that. And Superintendent Hoffman was directly involved in the development of that important resource. And then on the far right, that is from the California Department of Public Health. All of those resources and many others were used in the planning of this transition model. And so we are providing options. And these are the 4 options that are available when we're talking about the beginning of the 2021 school year. We believe these options often offer the greatest flexibility to our students and families. And we know there remain considerable hardships for all, and this isn't necessarily our preference. We would like to have all of our kids back in our school and everyone able to access our independent study and Elk Grove charter options. And we envision distance learning becoming something that's enhanced across our district. But bringing everyone back to school at this time simply isn't possible under the current health conditions and adhering to the health guidelines. And so I want to take a moment to ensure that there's clarity and consistency of understanding of these terms. The transition model, this is a step toward a full return to our schools. As it's noted, it's a combination of in-person and distance learning. And important to note here is that the guideline we use, the 6 feet of social distancing, is the primary influencer in terms of how many people we can place in classrooms. And we've done a square footage analysis of most of the classrooms, and possibly at this point, we may have it for every single one of our classrooms. The loading maximum varies from the low teens to just under 20, depending upon the size of the classroom. So it's really a combination of in-person and distance learning. And you'll be hearing more about the actual schedule models in just a little bit. Distance learning, this is a model that we used during the 4th quarter with students receiving distance learning while remaining connected to their school of attendance. And we are taking notable improvement steps based upon feedback of the 5 weeks of implementation and the thousands of surveys responses we received from students, families, and staff. It will be a better version. I appreciated President Albiani's reference to it as Distance Learning 2.0. It will be an updated version. Independent study, we have had independent study through Las Flores, and that will continue. A difference from distance learning in that distance learning, there may be multiple points of contact, especially at the secondary level. Students could have contact and will have contact and have had contact with a number of students, but under independent study, it's a single teacher. There's less teacher direction. There's less teacher contact time with distance learning than with distance learning. And the student is not affiliated with a neighborhood school. And then there's Elk Grove Charter, and that's our existing dependent charter school that serves middle and high school students. I do want to point something out, and that is there can be confusion about these 5 terms and homeschooling. Let me distinguish between these and homeschooling. If you go to the California Department of Education's website, and if you were to Google how to apply for homeschooling, charter schools and independent study will show up. And so while we offer those, all of these options, students are at home more than they would be under a traditional schooling model. They are at home more. But in terms of actual homeschooling, meaning the family is educating students at home, that's a process whereby the families open their own what's termed a private home-based school, and they can apply through a private school affidavit, a PSA. So that's a very formalized process that families can use to educate their students at home. So I didn't, if people are saying, well, is my student being homeschooled? We're using these 4 terms, and we'll be going into detail, more details about these, but I wanted to clarify that and clear up any confusion regarding these terms and the term of homeschooling. And actually, just for a second, I do want to go back because there's a couple other points that I just wanted to make regarding this. One is the permanency of selection. So if a parent wants to make a change for their child, we went through the process I'm going to mention. The second point I want to mention here is the preference survey. But this isn't permanent selections unless a family wants it to be a permanent selection. We will be looking at the end of the quarter or possibly the semester to make adjustments. I can't be any more specific. We can't be any more specific with that right now. Part of that is because we don't know what the conditions will be several months out. And in addition to that, we don't know how many requests for change we will have, but I can assure you the selection is not permanent unless a parent would want it to be permanent. And we will make every effort possible to match students to the educational option that best suits their learning needs. And the other point about this is if you haven't, please do take, and this is to our families, if you haven't, please do access the parent preference survey. We've had responses from 58% of our students are accounted for, because next week, very soon after the 4th of July, we're going to be reaching out to our families and confirming their selection, because we will be beginning very quickly in the month of July to do master schedules and to develop individual programs for students. Just want to touch briefly on the 5 planning stages. And I want to point out that the dates that are noted, the current condition that we are under makes dates, we have to always view them as flexible, given the changing conditions we have. The first phase was planning for distance learning, and that was completed. The second phase was implementing. That's the 4th quarter. And we certainly gathered information. We didn't just implement, but we evaluated and learned from that process. We are currently in the 3rd stage of this, which is planning for the startup of the school year, and using that information that we received for distance learning and just learning in general to plan our program. And this is up through July. I just want to point out the month of July is a very, very busy month. And I'll reference this at the end when we go through this, just to kind of close the loop on all of this. Is a lot of the work is now shifting directly to school sites, and we've been prepping our principals, and they'll be working with their staff and families and kids in developing these programs and developing these options specifically to best meet their school community needs. And August 3rd is when our year-round schools start up. And during that time, we will be watching very carefully for operations and making any adjustments during that time, but also that we can apply to the broader context when we go to full implementation on August 13th. And so before I just jump into this and set this up, now you're going to hear from 10 different tactical teams. Team leads and team co-leads will provide information in a couple of settings. We have a couple of the leads who have done tremendous work, but are unable to be with us this evening. So you'll have a cabinet member report for those folks. In terms of the way that we've structured this, we've tried to structure the story we believe is the most effective to tell. We'll begin with health and safety. We move into the school schedules, and then we'll talk about special education, curriculum and instruction, behavioral health and social emotional learning, family and community engagement, extra and co-curriculars, expanded learning, transportation, and we'll finish up with food and nutritional services. So you're going to hear from 10 different reports, and our folks are very good at telling these stories. And so to our presenters, I won't introduce you just so that we keep the flow. There will be a point in time when I'll be pulling back from this PowerPoint slide when Dr. Dixon is presenting information regarding secondary scheduling, and then we will come back. And so with that, we'll begin with Tammy El-Matari, who is our district's health coordinator, with information about health and safety.
Good evening. My name is Tammy El-Matari, Health Service Coordinator, and I will be doing a overview of our health safety plan. So our health safety plan is broken up into 4 different areas. The first section is promoting healthy preventive practices. So this would include increased frequency of hand washing throughout the day. So some designated times would be hand washing when entering or exiting the classroom, before and after eating, of course after using the restroom, and before and after using shared objects in the classroom. Along with this, for classrooms that don't have access to a sink or soap, hand sanitizer will be made available, especially in those particular classrooms. For face coverings, effective on June 18th, the governor's office updated the face covering guidance and required face coverings in all public settings. So with this information, we confirmed with Sacramento County Public Health that this mandate does include on school sites. And so it includes staff and students. When 6 feet distance cannot be maintained, that we should be requiring face coverings at those times. So there are times when face coverings may not be required, and that's when students are in their desks that are 6 feet apart, and teachers instructing, so possibly at those times face coverings won't be required. But in those instances when the 6 feet distance cannot be maintained, face coverings will be required. There are a few exemptions with this, which includes our younger populations, so transitional kindergarten and younger, in our special education populations, where students may have difficulty expressing when they are having trouble breathing, or would not be able to take off their face coverings themselves. Other exemptions also include students and staff who have respiratory health conditions, such as asthma, and those who have hearing impairments or have to communicate to those who have hearing impairments, and where seeing the mouth is critical for communication. So in these instances, face shields would be recommended and appropriate. And with all this, staff and students need to have access to all the supplies in order to create this healthy environment. So hand sanitizer will be made available in classrooms, especially those that don't have a sink and soap in the classrooms. Face coverings, and for staff, especially those teaching younger grades or in special education, face shields also will be an option. And then also supplies needed would be full PPE, which is personal protective equipment, in specific times, such as in the health office, and when staff have to have direct contact with students, such as when performing certain health procedures, or daily activities where they need that direct contact. Also, supplies needed will be cleaning and disinfecting agents that are safe to use around children. And we are planning to have this available in each classroom as well available. So the second section is maintaining a healthy environment, and then third is maintaining healthy operations. So within these topics, the recommendation is to follow the 6 feet social distancing guidelines when designing classrooms, offices, and on transportation. And I would like to mention pretty much all these recommendations are following all the state and local health guidelines that have been released for schools to reopen. And so there's also going to be a need to increase frequency of cleaning and disinfecting, especially for all high touch point areas, between classrooms of use for different cohorts, and then between the use of shared objects or equipment. Because of this increased frequency of cleaning, in order to accomplish this is going to be a collaborative process between custodial services, staff, and at times possibly even students. So all staff will be trained on how to properly clean and disinfect, and then with clear guidance and directions, students in secondary and upper grade levels in elementary will be given the opportunity and the means to clean their own work areas with the district's newly adopted cleaning technology that is safe for student use. Also in the recommendations, it's to do passive wellness screenings. So what this means is all staff and students will be asked to take their temperature and check for COVID-19 symptoms at home prior to coming to work or school. This practice has been reviewed and approved by Sacramento County Public Health, and they deem it that it's appropriate to do passive screenings as long as we communicate and inform all families and staff on how to recognize COVID symptoms and when not to come to work or school. So as previously mentioned by Superintendent Hoffman, this is the area where we are going to be asking all families and staff to partner with us to help to maintain those healthy environments by not coming to work or school when they're sick, and us promoting, health over attendance at this time. So with all of this as well, there's going to be training involved for all staff and education in the classroom around hand washing, proper use of face coverings and PPE, social distancing, and how to recognize the COVID symptoms on campus as well. So the fourth section is preparing for when someone gets sick. In collaboration with Sac County Public Health, we have developed scenario situations on communication pathways and response protocols for these 3 different scenarios. In all the scenarios, we will be working closely with our local public health to assess each situation closely, and we will be following their recommendations of when and who notifications will need to be sent to. Also in all the scenarios, deep cleaning will be done in the affected areas as well. So in scenario A, this is the low risk situation in which we're calling precautionary notification. So an example of this is if there was someone on campus for maybe even 30 minutes or less who got diagnosed with COVID, but all preventative measures were followed, such as the 6 feet distancing, face coverings were being worn. But in this scenario, we would notify families and staff who were in close contact with this individual. And per public health, close contact means within 6 feet for 15 minutes or more. Scenario B is our moderate risk situation, the cautionary notification. So in this scenario, this would be an example of inside a classroom. So a student or staff member in a classroom was diagnosed with COVID. So in this situation, all families and staff in the classroom would be notified, and other possible groups that this individual came in contact with. This could mean in the secondary level that multiple classroom and families and staff would be notified. But in this moderate risk, it's potentially only the affected classroom would need to transition into distance learning for those 14 days. So not having to close the entire school, just the affected classrooms with one positive case. Now, scenario C is our high risk situation where we would alert the entire school population. In this scenario, this is where multiple students or staff test positive for COVID-19 and had the prolonged exposure to the school environment and possibly exposure to different areas on campus. In this notification process, the entire school community would be notified, and this is where possible closure of the school for a minimum of 2 to 5 days would occur. And this is in following guidance from Sacramento County Public Health, because the 2 to 5 day minimum will allow for them to investigate, conduct the proper contact tracing and testing that's needed to be done in this situation, and then also allow for cleaning and disinfecting for the entire campus. So during that time, then it would be figured out how long possibly the school would need to be closed, and following the guidance from public health as well. In the scenario B and C, as Superintendent Hoffman and Mr. Cerruti mentioned, the transition from in-class to distance learning would occur as well in these situations. And I believe that is for health.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you, Mark. I'm Martin Fine, Director of Pre-K 6 Education, and I'm very excited tonight to be able to present the elementary transitional model. I want to start off by saying that we understand that the value of time is more important than ever, and that we must take advantage of every minute we have with our students. And so that being said, I'd like to go through some of the considerations that we took when developing this model. So maximizing that time, given the reduced class size that we will have with this model, could be anywhere from 10 to 14 students or less, depending. The in-person instructional time will be maximized for learning with high quality instruction, engagement, and assessment. And in our primary grades, the instructional time must give priority to acquiring the necessary skills to read. We knew that our schedule needed to provide opportunities for intervention and support, so we have included targeted intervention times within it. Our afternoons will be used to schedule additional time for students that need intervention, targeted instruction, perhaps specialized services and/or other extracurricular, co-curricular activities, as supported by additional staff and our expanded learning team. When we start talking about preschool, transitional kindergarten, and kindergarten, they will also receive supports, but they follow an AM/PM schedule. We know that it's a priority to bring our students back to in-person instruction to the greatest extent possible, and you've heard this a few times tonight, but to operate within the health guidelines, the social distancing requirements, and the physical limitations that we have at our schools. And then lastly, we still may need to stagger arrival and dismissal times from a regional perspective based on the capacity of transportation. So to provide some specifics in our model, each class would be divided into 2 cohorts, thus splitting the class. There'd be a cohort A and a cohort B. Cohort A would attend school on Tuesday and Thursday mornings, and then they would be engaged in distance learning Wednesday and Friday afternoons. Cohort B would attend school Wednesday and Friday morning, and then be engaged in distance learning on Tuesday and Thursday afternoon. On Mondays, all students would engage in distance learning instruction. They'd have communication with their teacher, participate in small group interventions, and/or other activities. To put some times with this model, there's a sample schedule, and it's sample. This is for 1st through 6th grade. Some of our schools already have a later start time than others, and so this is just a guideline sample schedule. So arrival time for students would be between 7:45 and 8 o'clock. Between 8 and 12 o'clock, they would be in the classroom in front of their teacher with face-to-face direct instruction. Within that time, they would have a staggered recess. At 12 o'clock, they would be dismissed, and they would go to a designated location within their school to get a grab-and-go meal. That meal would consist of their lunch, perhaps breakfast for the next day. I know you'll hear more about that later in the presentation this evening. All the staff would take their lunch between 12 and 12:40, so as to maximize the time between 8 and 12 and not have that lunchtime. After staff lunch, all the afternoons each day are preserved for distance learning and teaching for the home cohort. Those are the students that are not physically at school that day. There'd be independent practice for students that were in class that morning. But also there's possible extended day opportunities for them, extracurricular or specialized instruction, could be EL support, just to mention a few. This time also would provide teachers their opportunity to have office hours so that students and families could check in with them further. And it would be their prep and planning time as well for future lessons. And then of course, the cleaning and the reset of classrooms for the next day. I want to just give you an idea. You can leave it right there, Mark, from looking at this through a teacher and student lens. So from a teacher's perspective, the schedule would be Monday. I would provide distance learning instruction, provide online small group intervention. I'd be progress monitoring, communicating with students and their families. Be my planning time, be involved in staff meetings and professional development, etc. Tuesday through Friday, I would be providing morning face-to-face in-person learning at school with one cohort of students. And in the afternoon, I'd be connecting with the off cohort of students and providing distance learning for them, holding my office hours, planning, etc. From a student's lens, on Monday, I would engage in distance and independent learning and possible additional services such as specialized instruction, small group intervention, and so on. 2 days a week, I would be at school in-person learning, and then in the afternoon, I'd be participating in the distance, independent practice. And then 3 days a week, this would include the Monday, I'd be engaging in direct distance learning instruction with teachers. If I am in preschool, transitional kindergarten, or kindergarten, the day is very similar. There's already a split between AM and PM sessions within the day in kindergarten, and each one of those classes would be split into 2 cohorts. So for instance, if I am in the AM cohort, meaning the morning session, I would come to school for face-to-face learning from 8 to 11 o'clock on either Tuesday, Thursday, or Wednesday and Friday, depending on which cohort I am in. I would receive my distance learning and support during the afternoons on those opposite days. Conversely, if I'm in the PM cohort or the afternoon session, I would come for my face-to-face learning time from 12:30 to 3:30, and then I would receive my distance learning and support during the mornings of that week. So with that, I'd like to, again, thank you for the opportunity to present our transitional model for elementary.
John, I'm going to turn it over to you, and I'm going to turn the screen over to you.
Okay. Well, good evening. My name is John Dixon, and I'm one of the secondary directors. And I want to talk to you a little bit about the secondary recommendation for schedules. As Superintendent Hoffman mentioned earlier, at the secondary level, we are recommending two schedules. One that aligns with the 4x4 or block schedules that we currently operate, and then the other is a 6-period day version. I want to start with the explaining the 4x4 block, which we're calling a staggered cohort block. And I'm going to explain it through the lens of a student and then also through the lens of staff. And so I think I'll start with students. So if you're looking at my screen and you look to the left and you see at the top, it says cohort A and B. And so those refer to student cohorts. So the green section is cohort A, and that represents approximately 1/4 of the campus. Students in cohort A would attend school between 8 and 10:15. Within that time, they'd attend 2 periods, odd and even. They'd attend those periods 4 days a week. And so students would be in class Tuesday through Friday. They would attend each class 2 times. So for example, if I were in cohort A on first period from 8 to 9, I'd be in that class. I would be off that class and then back in that class again on Thursdays. And so what I'm attempting to demonstrate is they will touch each teacher twice throughout the week. The other cohort, cohort B, represents, the yellow represents a distinctly different group of kids. And so you'll notice, as I mentioned earlier, from 8 to 10, there's the first cohort of students, cohort A, and then they would be dismissed and a second cohort of students would arrive on campus. And once again, they attend school for 2 hours and 15 minutes, 2 periods, a day, 4 periods a week. Some of the advantages of this schedule, because it's broken down into 4 cohorts, allows us to keep the movement of students to a minimum. So at any given time, only a quarter of the campus is arriving, transitioning between classes, or being dismissed. So some of Tommy's recommendations about what we might do in the different tiered cautionary levels can be mitigated by keeping students cohorted in smaller groups. At the end of a student's day, so cohort A, when they're dismissed at 10:15, they will leave campus, be engaged in some independent practice, and then later in the afternoon, be engaged by their teacher in distance learning. And so if you go down towards the bottom of the schedule from 2:30 to 3:15, we have some distance learning time. For the purposes of our conversations, distance learning is defined as teachers engaging with students. And so you can translate that description of a student schedule to cohort C and D, the gray and the salmon colors. It follows a similar algorithm, just different arrival and dismissal times are associated with those groups. From a teacher's perspective, teachers teach within 2 cohorts. So a teacher would teach within cohort A and B, or they teach within cohort C and D on this configuration. Teachers would teach 3 of the 4 periods offered on that day. So for example, if I was in cohort A and B instructing, I would potentially teach periods 1, 3, and 5, and then have a prep period, period 7, with no student contacts, and then an additional prep period at the end of the day to plan for distance learning. When students are dismissed for lunch, similar to elementary, the plan is grab and go lunches. So students would grab their meals and exit the campus. On Mondays, which is the teacher planning day, there's a similar plan to the elementary in which teachers will be engaged in planning for the week, a couple hours of distance learning, meaning contacting students, office hours, phone calls to parents, staff meetings, so on and so forth. And so that is the staggered 4x4 block schedule for students and teachers. This is what we're recommending for all schools that are on block schedules. The second schedule that we're recommending looks a bit different, and it takes some description. It is a 2 cohort, 6 period day, and is similar to what Mr. Fine described at the elementary level, meaning that students attend school 2 days a week on this configuration. So for example, if I'm a student that is attending school under cohort A, I would attend school from 8 to 12:20, but within this, I would attend 3 periods a day on Tuesday. I would be off on Wednesday doing some independent practice, and then be back on school with my teachers on Thursday, attending periods 4 through 6. On this schedule, students see each teacher once per week, face-to-face, and then there's time to interaction with teachers in the distance learning space. The cohorts on this model are different. Students live within cohort A and cohort B, but teachers teach within both cohorts. So you'll notice while the Wednesday and Thursday in cohort is blacked out, that's primarily to indicate that students in cohort A won't be in attendance on the day. The teacher will be instructing cohort B students during those times. And so teachers teach 4 days a week. Students attend school 2 days a week, 3 periods a day. The Monday schedule plan is similar to what elementary described in terms of it being used for distance learning, teacher meetings, planning, intervention, a variety of other activities. In the afternoons on this schedule, there's time allotted for teacher prep time, but then also for distance learning. And so similar to the way Mr. Fine described, students that are on their off day, so for example, on Wednesday, students will be engaged in distance learning in the afternoon with their teacher. Cohort A students will be engaged in distance learning with their teacher. Conversely, on their off day in cohort B, students will be engaged on Tuesdays and Thursdays. I hope I said that right, didn't mix up the days. It provides time for teachers to advance the curriculum or supplement it, or provide the students with additional supports. Those are the two schedules briefly that secondary is recommending. I believe that for those folks that are interested in more detail or the thinking behind it, that'll be posted later in the more comprehensive plan. So thank you. Those are the secondary schedules.
Thank you, Dr. Dixon. Bear with me for 1 second, and I will get back to bear with me because I've frozen. Apologies. It's going to be difficult if we can't advance it. Let me go back here. Apologies.
Good evening. I'm Ann Regali, Director of Special Education, and I will share out our transitional program for special education. The first area of focus is expanded special education assessments, and we anticipate an increase in or overdue special education assessments, and we'd like to continue where we ended the year, expanding our opportunities to be able to complete these assessments as well as start assessments at the beginning of the school year. Our plan is to establish protocols and environments for safe assessment settings. That includes classrooms and then cleaning materials and following protocols for safe assessments. And then we also are developing a plan for addressing the overdue assessments. The second area of focus was developing a transitional model for our self-contained classrooms. This is a work in progress. Today I had the opportunity to tour Jessie Baker, and depending on the number of students enrolled, it's possible that all the students in grades K through 3 could attend. With 3 adults and 8 students in each class, that ratio would be within the guidelines of safety. So like I said, it's a work in progress, and we're going to be able to see, our goal is to accommodate as many students as we can. For now, we've considered some half days for consecutive weeks to allow consistency for some of our students with the greatest needs. But again, we will continue to work, follow safety guidelines, and try to be sure to have students on campus. The pre-K special ed classes will attend according to the guidelines set out with Gen Ed. And then for our more intensive students with more intensive needs, they'll be doing 2 half days on a rotating basis, or again, possibly the 4 weeks on and 4 weeks off. The fourth area of focus is, or the third area, excuse me, is related to our related services, and that includes speech, occupational therapy, and we're developing a model to be able to have these students who require these services to stay in the classroom as much as possible. The fourth area of focus is to improve distance learning. And that will include more job-like collaboration, professional development for our teachers so they can have the time they need to collaborate, continuing to offer alternatives to web-based learning, increasing parent support via trainings, and expanding opportunities to collaborate with our parents. And of course, all of these will be considering our students who are duly identified English learners and special education.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Jennifer Avey. I'm the Director for Curriculum Professional Learning. Along with my colleague, Lucy Bollinger, I will provide an overview on the plan for curriculum and instruction. So as you can see on the screen, we have 4 areas of focus. The plan development team consists of curriculum specialists from CPL, Special Ed, English Learner Services, and College Career Connections. The team is really focused on supporting high quality instruction in distance or transitional learning environments. And so with our first area of focus, we're focusing on the interconnectedness of technology, content, and pedagogy. We started first by defining high quality instruction in both distance and transitional learning environments, and had a strong emphasis on high value lessons and instructional methods. One of the things we'll do is provide lesson exemplars for teachers in different content areas while highlighting key standards and instructional strategies through what we're calling a scope of learning. With our partners in technology services, we will also provide support to students, staff, and families in navigating the platforms that we're supporting. Those platforms include Google Classroom, Zoom, Meet, and Screencastify at this time. And then through an integrated plan, we are really emphasizing the support for our English language learners and for students with special needs who might be on an IEP or on a 504. Then our second area of focus is behavioral health and social emotional learning. And this is a collaboration with our student support and health services. And we're in the process right now of identifying SEL developmental benchmarks for each grade level span, and Mr. Ross will address that later in this presentation. We've also determined an outline and a scope and sequence for upcoming trainings that will take place for all staff members in the first half of the school year. And again, Mr. Ross will provide some additional information later in his presentation. And then I think it's also important to note that all the training modules have had an interdisciplinary approach that has included curriculum specialists in both CPL and EL, but also the expertise and knowledge of our behaviorists and mental health therapists from student support services. And with that, I will hand it over to my colleague to address the last 2 areas of focus.
Thank you, Jennifer. So our third team is guidance for teacher responsibility. Our team focused on the guidance document we offered in the spring, looking at strengths and growth areas, in addition to reviewing feedback from teachers and the instructional coaches who've supported them. We then have been reorganizing the handbook based on content and grade or content-specific topics and for ease of teacher use. The handbook includes best practices, video examples of lessons, specific tools, and links to resources so that all TK through 12 teachers across our district get this support. We appreciate that ELs as well as other subgroups of students and families have been considered in every tactical team, especially curriculum and instruction. The team continues to contact relevant stakeholders for input from the bargaining units and principals on the original tactical team to teachers and families. And finally, curricular materials. Another of our hardworking teams is focused on providing students with access to online curriculum and the textbooks. In addition to working with tech services to troubleshoot access issues, we will provide other supports like collaborating with FACE on videos in multiple languages around curricula and tech, and professional development provided by our instructional coaches. Thank you.
Good evening. Name's Don Ross. I'm the Director for Student Support and Health Services, and I'm going to talk to you tonight about the work that the Behavioral Health and Social Emotional Learning Tactical Team did. You're going to see, the first thing you're going to see is that commitment to social emotional learning. That was kind of our guiding principle as we moved through the work. Why social emotional learning? Well, our interconnectedness has never been more important than it is now. Social emotional learning offers a powerful means to support one another during this challenging time. Now, more than ever, we understand how important it is to demonstrate empathy, build resilience in our students, build relationships so that we can strengthen our schools and our communities. So during this transitional period and beyond, we aim to build the capacity of our students and staff in developing social awareness, self-awareness, self-management, relationship skills, and responsible decision-making. So the tactical team focused on the following areas to build capacity and supporting staff and students. The first part was a focus on staff training, developing and delivering a series of trainings to staff over the course of this year that will build their knowledge around social emotional learning, understanding the impact of trauma and how to respond to students who experience trauma, building those important relationships with students and families, building their own adult social emotional learning capacity and self-awareness, and then building the culturally responsive awareness practices that are going to be so important as we move forward. The next area that the team focused on was student support, and that was broken into, we have a new tool for referrals for our multi-tiered systems of support. So one of the areas is to train our staff in the use of this referral so that we can identify students early on during this transitional model, or if they're in the distance learning model. We will also continue to deliver in-person counseling as we've had in the past using the health guidelines established, and we'll continue as necessary with telecounseling supports and services. And then really using our wellness providers to develop SEL strategies to support our teachers in the classroom and with the students in distance learning. And then really taking a focus on our PBIS and developing a guidance document so that our schools can continue to do the positive work they've done around PBIS, ensuring that climate and culture and SEL are fully supported during our transition period. What that will look like is developing training videos for staff and families on social emotional learning and behavioral health strategies, increasing that important collaboration with curriculum and professional learning to assist teachers in delivering the supports in the classroom and delivering those important social emotional learning lessons. And then increasing our restorative practices trainings to our administrators and our teachers, specifically focused in on community building circles and restorative chats. And then finally, we took a look at not only supporting our students, but supporting our staff and how can we do that. And we're looking to develop a resource guide for all staff to help guide them towards needed supports and services. And that is the work of the Behavioral Health and Social Emotional Learning Tactical Team. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Lisa Lavasser, and I'm with the Office of Family and Community Engagement. I'm privileged tonight to share with you the recommendations our team is putting forward to support families and schools with this transitional phase. The Family Engagement Tactical Team was comprised of a diverse group of stakeholders. We had principals and teachers from different regions, and we had representatives from various district departments. A part of our planning also included interviews with a diverse group of parents representing each region in our district. Plans were created based on analyzing the following information: distance learning surveys, personal experiences from families, from teachers, and from principals, parent interviews, and current research. We began our plans with the following core values. All families have dreams for their children and want the best for them. All families have the capacity to support their children's learning. Families and school staff are equal partners. And the responsibility for cultivating and sustaining partnerships among school and home and community rests primarily with school staff, especially school leaders. Based on our analysis, we narrowed our focus down to the following 3 elements to support schools and families in this next phase. Element 1, communication between home and school. Element 2, simple, accessible information. And element 3, providing training, support, and resources for families and schools. On the slide that you have in front of you today are several examples of how these elements will be turned into actions. On the left, you have the family engagement pillars that are essential conditions for effective family and community engagement. On the right, you have a sample of some of the actions that we will take. It must start with relationships. So we will train school employees and families on various communication platforms to build relationships and provide more opportunities for two-way communication. We will listen to, learn from, and then lead work to create collaborative partnerships between schools, family, and community partners. In our developmental stage, we will create simple translated webinars and resources for families so they can support academic and social emotional learning at home. In the pillar of interactive, we will help design one easily accessible place for families to find information. And then because, of course, we're an educational system, we will link everything to learning, and we will produce translated videos and resources to help families understand how to access and use ParentVue, our student information system, and other learning-based technology platforms. What you see here is just the tip of the iceberg on how we will continue to make sure all families and schools feel success when we start the 2021 school year. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Craig Murray here, and I'm representing Rod Edmiston, who is the team lead for extracurricular co-curricular activities. In regards to extracurricular and co-curricular activities, the committee took into account core values for preparing their plan for the reopening of our schools in the 2021 school year. And these included to ensure the health and safety of students and staff, which is always a top priority for us and has been repeated throughout the presentation tonight. And then also to provide opportunities for extracurricular and co-curricular activities for students, arts, clubs, sports, the various things we do. We understand the importance of the many opportunities we offer our students. These include music, athletics, theater, career technical education, clubs, and other activities. Not only are our programs of high quality, but they also serve as an important way to connect students and are a way to support the social emotional learning of our students and staff. In this work, they provided the following recommendations and considerations. In working with extracurricular and co-curricular activities, we need to make sure we adhere to local, state, and federal guidance. This includes the public health guidelines from state and county, laws like Title IX, and also our own board policies and administrative regulations. We need to continue to work with district departments and their interconnectedness with sites to support programs. We think of a department like transportation. It provides critical support to these types of programs as an example. And we have so many of our departments that support our efforts and our students, and we need to make sure we keep everybody involved. We need to continue to provide time for staff to train, plan, and receive support to be innovative and creative in their work. We've already trained with the plans that I will talk about in a second, 228 staff members, and we have further trainings tomorrow, and we can include more trainings as we move on, as more and more people decide when and how they want to work with their kids. We need to adhere to protocols established in these plans for activities and athletics. The plans that we have been approved by Sacramento County Health, and the waivers have been approved by our legal department, are at sites with principals now, and they are pushing them out to their people. We have experts at sites in athletics, in music, in band, in theater and other activities, that they are now able to develop plans specific to their programs and specific to their schools, and to work with families to involve students as much as possible in manners unique to their sites following state and county health guidelines. We want to continue consistent communication between the district sites and programs, so we make sure we move forward in a calibrated and safe manner. We want to maintain options for students in both the transitional schedule and distance learning. And what that means is we may have students who opt for distance learning at sites. We could have a student who either the student and or their family decide that, you know, they aren't ready to go back into one of the schedules that we have shown earlier in the presentation, and they want to maintain distance learning. But because they're connected to their site, they could have something else that they want to really be involved with. It could be some type of a band experience. It could be a type of, it could be the golf team, for example, or a key club. And so they can choose to be on distance learning, but also then choose to be involved in these other activities. So creating and maintaining those options for students is critical as we move through this time transitioning. In addition, we want to make sure that, one other thing for the options, it is clearly stated in all of our documents that if students are not ready to come back, that they shall be held harmless in these times, and they will be provided every opportunity to come back when they feel they are comfortable to do so in this area. We also want to make sure we ensure equity and access for all students in this area. And we want to make sure we're aware of differences in guidance between other counties and states. So for example, we have programs that travel, not just in the region, but across state lines and internationally. We had a robotics team, for example, that was almost ready to go to Idaho just before we closed our schools. And we need to make sure we understand where our people are going, what rules apply there, what health conditions are like there as we continue to open up and transition. And then finally, and lastly, as we know, we need to maintain a need for flexibility at this time. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is David Bird. I'm the Director of Learning Support Services. And our mission was to focus on expanded learning. And I was joined in that effort by our program specialist who oversees expanded learning, Aaron Sipes. And we kind of tag teamed on this committee. And we're doing our best to support some of the great ideas that have already been presented. So we want to make sure that everyone understands when we're talking about expanded learning, we're talking about our after school programs, and those programs do not formally exist at all of our schools. These are specific programs that are funded out of state and federal grants called ACES, or 21st Century Learning or Assets grants. And they are exclusively in our communities that we've talked about many times tonight in this presentation that can be vulnerable and need the most support. And so the programs provide support and supervision historically in our Monterey Trail region, our Valley region, and our Florin region. You'll find these programs in our high schools in those regions, our middle schools in those regions, and our elementary schools in those regions. And as I said earlier, they're predominantly, and in this case exclusively, our after-school programs for those communities. So support and supervision for working families in those communities has been a really important part of what these programs offer. And to the best of our ability, we want to try and maintain as much of that as possible and continue to collaborate with the regular day schedules that have been presented by both elementary and secondary ed earlier, and continue to keep in mind all of those safety requirements that would be happening in the regular day. We'd want them to happen in the after-school programs as well. These programs historically deliver academic support. They deliver wellness support and healthy living support, social resources to meet all the diverse needs of our students and families. And what we're pointing out there is that a big part of these programs has been historically tutoring, homework help, and literacy programs and numeracy programs for students after school who need to shore up some of their learning during the regular day. And we'd like to think we can still provide some of that with our expanded learning programs even in this transitional phase, though we're not able to provide the normally robust program that we provide with lots of enrichment programs and other opportunities. We'd really want to zero in and focus on trying to shore up some of what we expect to be learning loss and some of what we expect to be a need for students in these communities to get help with all of that distance learning and independent learning that they would be expected to do at home. The last thing we want to point out on this first slide is that these are grant funded. They're state and federal grant funded, and they're state and federal regulated. And so there are some parameters that we've got to stay in with these programs, but we are actively working with the state to access the appropriate flexibility that would allow us to do some things that are a little bit different than what we normally do with these programs. So we'll move into the next slide, and it'll give you just a sense of what we're thinking about for elementary schools that have an ACES grant, for middle and high schools that have the ACES or the assets grants, and then a little bit about our credit recovery program. If you hearken back to what Martin presented, when he talked about the elementary school schedule, what we are thinking we could do is on those days where you have students at school in the morning, whether it's the kids that are coming on Tuesday, Thursday, or the group that's coming on Wednesday, Friday, we think for our primary grades, our first, second, and third graders, for most of those kids, or a large group of those kids, we could extend their school day until about 4 p.m. On those in-person learning days. And during that time, our focus would be to support their independent or distance learning that they're expected to go home and do. We can provide some staff who could stay at school while they stay at school for an additional 3 hours or so. And that staff could help them with their homework, and that staff could help them with their independent learning and their distance learning that they would normally go home and do. It's one of the things we've learned in the distance learning model. While it's a challenge for everybody, we know first, second, and third graders, our youngest learners, we're pretty vulnerable in their ability to go home and access that Chromebook, especially if they didn't have help or support. And so we think this is something that we might be able to do to hopefully stem the tide a little bit in learning loss. And I know I'm preaching to the choir, so to speak, when I say everyone understands that first, second, and third grade are critical grades for literacy, for numeracy, and for building that foundation that's going to last with you through your entire K-12 experience. We do think we could provide some online support for grades 4, 5, and 6 in the mornings while they're at home doing their independent learning or their distance learning. And so the tutoring model might be a model that we could coordinate with the regular day and help those students out. And then we want to point out that supper would be provided daily. And supper is a term that you'll see in these grants that refers to a late afternoon snack. So there would be a meal provided for the students that are participating in the program. When you move over to the middle and high schools who have ACES and assets grants, it's a little more complicated because of the schedules that were presented. You've got a lot more kids coming and going throughout the day, but we certainly think we can coordinate with our schools who have these grants and do some in-person and or some online enrichment, academic support, and tutoring, at least on a weekly basis while those students are trying to do their distance learning and their independent learning, and again, provide a supper for students as part of the program. And the last thing that we want to emphasize that expanded learning is branching into is credit recovery. We've been piloting throughout the summer an all distance learning, all online credit recovery model. And in this transitional phase, we think we could continue to provide that model for students at the high school level across the board in all of our high schools that need to recover credits so that they can remain eligible A through G and eligible for graduation. And so we think that could still be a viable part of expanded learning. So that's a little bit about what this committee focused on and how we think we could support the challenges that would be a part of the transitional model and how we could support the regular day. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Matt Sanchez. I'm the Director of Transportation and the lead for the Transportation Tactical Team. We've reviewed and focused on 7 main areas, which is 1, industry professional guidance, 2, our core values for transportation, the students served, the students whom need the transportation the most, our limitations, our capacity, and our ability to support educational programs. So the 2 main challenges we faced with that is staffing. Currently, transportation is continuing staffing challenges as we did prior to COVID-19. We have had no training in effect for 3 months, which is directly related to CDE, CHB, and DMV shutdowns and stay-at-home orders. We also have a challenge of social distancing with limiting capacity on our school buses. Current CDC recommendations are to put 1 student every other bench in a school bus. An 84-passenger school bus with this limitation is able to transport anywhere from 10 to 14 students on the large school bus that we've got. On smaller school buses, our capacity is going to be to transport anywhere from 3 to 10 students, depending on the configuration of the bus. And when we ended transportation services in March, we were transporting roughly 18 students per route for students with special needs and about 65 for Gen Ed. On the next slide, we have the first bullet is that we are going to have fewer drivers when we go back into service than prior to COVID-19. Again, a lot of that is due to some of the agency shutdowns. Driver shortages continue to have a significant impact on the capacity of transportation. No matter what the educational model is, we're going to have limitations directly related to our capacity related to social distancing. The second bullet I've just covered. The third bullet, CDE, CHP, and DMV was forced to discontinue training and certification programs. And so again, that's reduced our ability to hire new drivers and train new drivers. Separate elementary and secondary bell schedules that are staggered can be more efficiently supported by transportation under the current circumstances. Any changes in bell time affects other runs within a route. So basically the point there is we had a lot of considerations with working with elementary and secondary ed in regard to the schedules and what transportation can and cannot accommodate relative to bell time staggering. And these were considerations in our transportation tactical teams. We also discovered that block schedules where students are grouped and attend schools at different times in a single day create challenges. And they increased driver staffing due to routing inefficiencies. So when we have block schedules where students are going in staggered in one day, it can create some challenges for transportation to service that type of a model. And so there will be a need for us to constantly evaluate and adjust as we go. Once the educational models are formalized, planning and scheduling will occur, taking into account the anticipation that some students may elect to receive 100% learning. Others may decide not to utilize transportation services, therefore reducing the total number of students that need services. What this bullet is basically talking about is that we anticipate a reduced interest in taking the school bus service, and the educational models that we are proposing is reducing the amount of students that are attending the school sites in one day. So because of that reduced student counts in the classroom, it's going to reduce the amount of students needing transportation for that specific day and for that specific educational model. And we also anticipate there will be reduction of students who want the services with choosing distance learning. And finally, depending on the educational model, utilized transportation services may need to be reduced, such as general ed home to school, offloads, redirects, field trip, and athletics. And with the numbers that support this, that is really challenging for us, is that with one student every other bench per CDC guidelines, we're able to transport just under 1,300 students with our current capacity. So we currently were serving 1,800 special ed students prior to COVID-19. So we are faced with the challenge of trying to accommodate the greatest number of students possible and the students who need the service the greatest. And that is what our tactical team was focused on, and how we can attack our driver shortage and to increase capacity as soon as we can, so that we can try and service the greatest amount of students possible upon our return. Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Robert Pierce. I'm the Deputy Superintendent for Business Services and Facilities. Obviously not Miss Michelle Drake. She was not able to be here tonight. Unfortunately, she had an imperative family obligation that she needed to attend to. I will say, aside from the great work by the Food Nutrition Services Tactical Team, we all know well that Miss Drake and her dedicated department have been working tirelessly since the shutdown in March to continue to feed our children, and now working even harder to build a plan for next year. The plan for meal service is being developed to accommodate the guidelines for reopening and to support the needs of children and families as it pertains to the delivery of critical nutrition for our students. The focus through the planning process has been on an equitable, safe, and responsive service. The focus also included providing access to school meals when students are off campus and or scheduled days of distance learning, to ensure we're distributing food with reduced touch points and in safe environments. We also clearly understand that we're going to have to train our staff to ensure a safe and efficient service model, including the use of personal protective equipment and additional sanitation practices. And alongside training staff, we know that we're also going to need to train our students, our parents, and administrators with our new service delivery model, which is going to include a pre-ordering service, the possibility of meals being sent home in bulk, and that might also include cooking instructions and basic food safety practices. So specifically, Food Nutrition Services is planning to provide packaged meal options, which would include lunch for the day of service and breakfast for the following day for both our elementary and our secondary students. Meals will be delivered into or as close to the classroom settings as possible to reduce congregations of students and staff. We're also planning to provide meals for clearly on our in-classroom days as well as our distance learning days, as we mentioned earlier. Again, we're exploring our pre-ordering software that's going to allow parents or the students to order their meals in advance so that we can prepare them more efficiently. The additional meals will be provided during the daily lunch service at all of our schools. We, of course, want to maintain the quality of our meals and continue to meet the USDA meal pattern. We're going to include locally grown fresh fruits, vegetables, and other ingredients as much as possible. We know that daily access to the fresh fruits and vegetables for our students is critical, as many of our students don't have access to this nutrition each day. We're going to work hard to reduce as many touch points as possible. We're going to ensure the model allows for social distancing in all circumstances, PPEs to maintain student and staff safety, and it's going to include training of our staff, students, and families, as we mentioned. Maintaining the integrity of the Food Nutrition Services program through important methods of meal accounting and claiming of meals served. There's been multiple waivers that are granted by USDA to allow us to do much of what we did through the school closures in 2019-20. This remained a significant point of concern as we were building our plans. Thankfully, we've just received clarity on this. It came as late as last week, and it's going to allow us to do things like serve outside of traditional times, to allow flexibility for distribution. It'll allow meals to be served in non-congregate group settings. It's going to allow parents and guardians to pick up meals on behalf of their students, and a number of other things that will grant us flexibility. And with that, I believe I will turn it over to Mr. Cerruti.
As I mentioned at the outset, this is similar to information that was shared at the beginning of the presentation. If you'll see, June 30th is today. We're providing the information to our board and our public. The month of July, as I mentioned earlier, extremely busy. And this is when the work of the tactical and specialized operational plans will continue to be refined. The work is not done, but also the work shifts considerably to site administration, to our staff, parents, and kids as they begin to work and develop things like bell schedules, specific schedules for kids. And it's all in alignment with the plans. And then August 3rd through the 12th is when our year-round schools will be in operation, and we'll be monitoring and adjusting operations to ensure that things are working smoothly at those 18 year-round schools, but also using that information, valuable information, to potentially make adjustments for plans that we have in place for the remainder of our schools, and then opening fully in August, on August 13th. And I just want to mention briefly before I just ask the board and clarify direction that we're looking for the board. I want to thank Tommy and Martin, John, Ann, Jen, Lucy, Don, Lisa, Craig, who sat in and pinch hit for Rod, Dave, Matt, and thank you to Rob stepping in for Michelle. Each of those folks did phenomenal leadership work, but it's also, they're representing many staff, and we had parental involvement, connections with our community, resources and supports in the development of this plan. I also want to make sure that I mention and give a shout out to Matt Espinoza. Matt is the administrator who heads up the Office of Educational Equity, and Matt was the person that I put Matt in the place of being the project manager for this work, and he was guiding the work and making sure all of these teams were connected, resources were connected, communication, so the information flowed in and amongst all of these teams. And just a quick comment about communications and the work with our bargaining units, because as we've begun to provide information, the level of detail is becoming clearer every day. Under these current times and under these current conditions, a day of planning is the equivalent of typically what would have been a week or maybe even a month. There is a lot that happens over the course of a very short period of time. And we will be providing information. This isn't the only set of information that's coming out. I know our parents want to know when does school start and when does what classes are my children in and things of that nature. And that information is forthcoming, and it'll be coming out routinely over the month of July. So please stay tuned as additional information is provided, and the work is ongoing. Our Associate Superintendent of Human Resources, Mr. David Riley, and the district's bargaining team is working very well and very strongly with all of our bargaining units as we develop the memorandums of understanding. As working conditions have changed considerably, and we want to make sure that we're working with our folks to determine optimal working conditions, and that we're providing the highest level of service and support to our kids and maintaining the integrity of our collective bargaining agreement. So that work is taking place. And lastly, just a thought as I was listening to this, and it came to mind, it's a very recent past that we had a number of changes that took place in public education in California. We had the local control funding formula and the local control accountability plan. So a whole new way of funding our schools and managing our budgets, and a whole new accountability system. And around that same time, we shifted to a new set of learning standards, and accompanying that was the need to adopt new curriculum materials and train our 3,500 teachers and support our teachers and our 200 plus site administrators. And also at that same time, educationally related mental health services that previously were provided through county mental health shifted to school districts. And all of those things were happening at the same time. And I remember going through that and thinking to myself, any one of these individually and singularly are significant undertakings, and it was all happening at the same time. And I would just share, having gone through that and going through what we're going through now, the challenges now are monumentally more significant. But I don't want to paint the picture that that's making an excuse. The primary difference is that during that other time, the standardization of schools sometimes is a double-edged sword, right? So we want to be able to provide as much flexibility as we can for our students and their learning needs. But there is a great deal of comfort and a great deal of need to have standardization, meaning we know what happens on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, and we know when the bell rings, and we know where we need to go and what we need to do. And schools have been based on that for more than 2 centuries. And this has all been turned upside down. And I think one of the greatest challenges we have is that we are dealing, the new normal is that what's normal is things changing right before our eyes. And so we fully understand that. That's why we've gone through the planning in the very thoughtful and strategic manner that we've gone through. And we're trying to provide information to our parents as quickly and accurately as we can so that we can minimize that frustration that can come with the unknown. And I believe we're very well positioned to be able to do that. And so with that, we are seeking board direction to move forward with the transition plan based upon the feedback that we will receive. To continue our work with our bargaining units to finalize the memorandums of understanding, and then communicating effectively the transition plans and details with our students, families, staff, and community. And with that, I'm happy to respond to any questions that the board may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Strudy. Actually, we are moving on to public comment right now, and then we will come to the questions from the board. So, Ms. Pinkerton, we have public comment. Dr. Martinez-Alier, if you can time.
Are we going to be doing, just so I know for record keeping, will we be doing 3 minutes per comment so I can keep track? Okay.
We will start 3 minutes per comment. And we will start with the education plan.
There are approximately 35 comments in the education plan. Education plan are basically overall comments.
Okay.
The first comment comes from Dr. Thomas Valdez. Thought it would be worth considering to make certain schools focused on specialized in the platform that they deliver education to the students. For example, make one high school all in-person learning, another a hybrid of an in-person and distance, and another mostly distance learning. Then this would allow students' families to decide what form they are most comfortable with. In the upcoming year, it was obvious that the last board meeting that opinions vary across the district when it comes to safely returning to school. Thank you for your time. The next comment comes from Raymond. 100% distance learning for grades 7 through 12 is the suggested plan from them. Schools set up independent study stations for students who need or want to come to school. 10 students per room, more in gym, MPRs. Work areas are designated by lines on the floor. Teacher workstations have plexiglass shields. Everyone wears masks and then moving around, or when moving around. Once in their seats, students may remove masks. Once behind shields, teachers may remove masks. Teachers not in classrooms are distance learning teachers of coursework. Distance learning organized the same way for all 7 through 12 Google Classrooms by day/date and week. All families, whether at school or home, abide by the same designated school hours in order to manage communication or expectations between students and teachers. Adult family members may email outside of school hours, but should understand that teachers may only reply during school hours. Attendance be completed during designated hours only. Students needing restrooms will hand classroom sign outside to the bathroom door so next student knows it's occupied and will not enter. Lunches brought to classrooms. See Kovar's Martial Arts for the model of students returning into in-studio classes. Scheduled arrival dismissal times. Edgenuity is an option for coursework. Large music groups in the gym or MPR with same structure. Students and teachers select which option they prefer and commit for the semester. The next comment is no name. Dear board members, thank you for your untiring work to keep our children safe while providing equitable education. I do not envy your position. My only request is to please place siblings into the same cohort. The next comment is no name. Please address the burden of childcare for elementary parents. Have a district-sponsored plan for supervising children on campus in some way. CDI, CSD, and other childcare facilities will become crowded or unavailable and at a cost that is as high as rent or mortgage. It is unreasonable to put this financial burden on families. You have done the best you can to develop a plan, but we cannot leave the issue of childcare on non-school days up to parents to figure out. Support working families, support your teachers and staff who are parents. Consider the number of children who will be left home alone because they have no other option. Many families are grieving the loss of a school and in this plan. Please address their concerns. The next comment comes from Meredith Howe. Please review the attached article, which I believe to be an optimistic portrayal of what a return to school will look like in the current situation, and we will forward that to the board. The next comment comes from no name. While I know there is a great importance of and value for in-person instruction, I feel that the schedule proposed for secondary still puts a teacher at risk for exposure. In 1 week, a teacher will be seeing 4 different sets of students, cohorts A, B, C, and D, 2 days a week each. This increases our exposure, plus we can also put other cohorts at risk and expose them to the virus. The next comment comes from no name. The #1 priority of the district needs to be keeping our children and staff safe physically and mentally. If it is the decision of the board to have children and staff back on campus for any period of time in the 2020-2021 school year, a plan needs to be in place to address at minimum the following points: providing PPE for teachers, face shields or masks, wireless microphone to aid in students being able to hear the teacher given the need for face coverings, a ready and ample supply of adequate cleaning supplies, a plan to ensure social distance practices on all areas of campus and in all classes, including PE. This may include plastic partitions around each desk, protocols for when someone refuses to wear a mask or does not keep social distance, protocol for when a student arrives to school ill, including an area where a child can be kept in quarantine while waiting for a parent to pick them up. Temperature checks should be conducted daily prior to a child or staff member entering campus. All data needs to be recorded for tracking purposes. Staff should have access to testing every 14 days to ensure their safety. The next comes from Megan Harper. The patchwork plan for the next year needs to be dismissed. Parents will be having to act as administrators at home, and 2-income families often don't have the time to do this. Kids will fall behind and they won't participate in off-campus days. Nearly 15,000 kids in Los Angeles were failing during the first 2 weeks of distance learning. Even the American Academy of Pediatrics just announced that kids should be at in-person classes. The distance learning hybrid option doesn't take into account the value of in-person instruction. And frankly, because close by districts go back will cause a mass exodus either physically or virtually, then maybe you can stop hiding behind the size of the district. Let families who feel unsafe attend the Elk Grove Virtual Academy and the rest of the kids go in person. The next comes from Wing. Last fall, before school in New York closed, the death count was up to 74. All but 4 of the 74 DOE employees, the Department of Education employees who died were based in schools across the city. The other 70 school-based employees include 28 are paraprofessionals, 30 are teachers, 2 are food service staffers, 2 were administrators, 2 facility staff, 2 school aides, 2 guidance counselors, 1 parent coordinator, and 1 a school computer technology specialist. With which 70 employees are you willing to sacrifice? These are people, not numbers. People who loved their lives, people with families, people who took care of kids, people who were sacrificed. There is no reason to believe that schools in EGUSD would be affected any differently. We were spared in the spring thanks to the early shutdown you approved. The next comes from, oh, this one's from Wing. If EGUSD decides to reopen the school, I suggest to separate into couple schedules. We should use Hong Kong as a reference. All students are required to have face masks. We need to teach the students to have a high hygiene standard. High school students back to school for the first 2 weeks and see what happens. If it is no new cases, then middle school for 2 weeks. After that, 4th, 6th grade students, and the last will be kindergarten and 1st through 3rd grade students. The next comes from No Name. Your options are no options at all. You're gaslighting parents into thinking they have a choice, and more dangerously denying our children their right to a free, quality education. The rich are fleeing to private schools. The middle class and working class will decline and decline. Other neighboring districts are going back with 5-a-day-week schedules. I am disgusted with EGUSD and hope you feel shame for the position you're putting working parents in. The next, I need to scroll down. The next, I believe, has no name. Dear EGUSD Board, thank you for considering the hybrid approach for returning to school. It's important to balance the safety and health of our students with their educational and social emotional development and growth. I ask that you consider the following as we continue to plan for transitioning the classroom. Teachers should receive additional training and support to ensure the academic, socio-developmental, physician, and mental health and education of all children, and specifically those with special needs. Children with special needs that are placed in general education classrooms and their parent caregivers need additional supports such as more regular check-ins with teachers, written schedule of weeks curricula, more informal assessments of children's progress on meeting IEP goals, in-home visits, etc. In addition to Common Core standards, children should be taught about positive psychology. For example, perseverance, optimism, courage, happiness, compassion, self-care, and time management. Also, AVID skills in all-inclusive setting. Further, children should receive access to alternative courses like coding, gardening, dance, theater, band, etc. to support their mental health during this pandemic. Distance learning can be difficult and isolating, and now is a good time to teach and reinforce other life skills. Parents should have access to weekly curricula syllabus mini video sessions and materials in which teachers identify and summarize the weekly curricula and highlight specific areas of focus. As a parent, it's hard to track and support classroom learning when we have limited information about this week's or the week's curricula and connection to Common Core standards. Google Classroom seemed to work well for posting homework, and perhaps it can serve as a platform for parent-teacher education and information sharing with the teacher and other parents. Schools should consider establishing parent-led informal support groups for families with special needs children as a way to share resources and best practices for distance learning, etc. This can be done in a no-cost format via Zoom. Thank you for putting our children first. That was from Lupe Alonso Diaz at Helen Carr Costello and Folks Ranch as a parent, elementary school parent. The next comment comes from No Name. What will it take for our schools to be shut down again? One case, 10, we need to weigh the costs when considering the inevitable outcome in which opening up our schools right now will lead to more and more people becoming infected. I grew up in EGUSD from kindergarten through 12th grade and am now proudly a teacher in the district. I love my job, I love my students, and so desperately wish conditions were well enough in which we could all go back to school safely. But the fact of the matter is, we are not. We are not even done with the first wave. I understand people are trying to find a way back to normal, but this plan is reckless and will cost people's lives. I am concerned this decision to go back to school was made from public pressure rather than from a role of foresight and leadership. Please reconsider and make the difficult yet right choice that was made in March. Please do the right thing. The next comes from Lisa Praxel. In response to the schedule for students and teachers to return to school, I am an elementary school teacher. I am very concerned about the lack of student contact time in the proposed schedule. The proposed schedule has elementary students at school for only 8 hours a week. All other instruction will be done online at a specific time. We learned in the spring that online instruction for younger students is difficult for parents. students, and teachers. If kids are at school for half a day, why not have them stay the whole day? A whole day of instruction will allow me to prepare the students for the independent at-home work required for another day. I am also concerned about the expectation and rigor on learning when students are only getting 4 hours of instruction a week. Our students need the contact with a qualified teacher in a classroom to be successful. Please consider allowing the students to be at school for an entire day instead of half a day. The next comes from No Name. As a veteran teacher of almost 30 years, 34 in Elk Grove, or 24 in Elk Grove Unified, this proposal will lead to chaos of proportions we have never seen. It is worse than doing just distance learning. The next comes from Lisa McClintock. I am writing in concern about the back to school plan. While I understand the challenge at hand, I believe the district can develop a better plan for our students. First, you asked for our input as parents and students, and it appears the only choices being discussed are full distance or partial distance learning. Secondly, the traditional transitional plan not only is only 8 hours of in-person instruction, it is over 2 half days. My daughter, who is a high school student with a challenging course load, is used to bring on campus 34 hours a week. 2 half days will not provide the quality instruction she needs or deserves. As a working parent who has been expected to be back in my office full-time since the beginning of May, transportation for a half-day instruction is nearly impossible and at best incredibly disruptive to the parents' work requirements. If full-time class instruction is not feasible, I hope that distance learning is significantly improved from the spring and requires live remote classes. Teachers are absolutely the best qualified to engage and teach our students. A list of assignments to complete on your own with pre-recorded videos and an occasional optional check-in will not prepare our students for their future. In closing, a quick search of the districts in our region seem to have plans with the option of significantly more full-time in-class plans being moved forward with an option for those who want full-time distance learning. Can Elk Grove move forward with a similar approach? My daughter definitely learns better in person and needs to be in class. Thank you. The next comes from Zach Manzanetti. As a former EGUSD K-12 and current teacher, or student K-12 and current teacher at Franklin High School, I will address the secondary transition plan. Unfortunately, after wonderfully prescient leadership in March, this plan isn't sensible. It's reckless, not protecting EGUSD families, staff, and students from COVID without garnering enough benefits just to justify risking the lives of those associated with Elk Grove Unified, and presents a tragic model for the community. The in-person time won't have the same level of efficacy as normal. 40% in-person time won't provide a 40% increase in learning compared to digital only. And the social emotional benefit will also be reduced, as there will be the additional stress of concerning regarding COVID, and stress and fear reduces learning efficacy. The social emotional benefits gained by in-person contact may be negated or outweighed by the negative effects of limited student and staff ability to safely visit family and friends. Plus, it is all but certain there will be an outbreak at school, and school will be shut down at least for some time, and will return to distance only, while the school will have to deal with the effects of having COVID or the fear of being in contact with COVID. This plan can only be temporary and puts thousands at risk and inevitably leads to more people becoming sick and dying. This reduces trust between students, families, staff, and EGUSD, as we will be forced to live through EGUSD choosing a plan not built on safety and science. It's hypocritical to claim to be concerned regarding student safety while not doing all we can to actually keep them and their families safe, since digital only or an AB 2 to 3 week on-off hybrid model with B much safer. As educators, we are constantly modeling best behavior for students, yet EGUSD proposes to model behavior that clearly isn't best for safety. Sending a message isn't imperative to do everything to limit the spread of COVID, which has already killed more Americans than World War I. This modeling will lead to even more illness and death, as businesses in Elk Grove will take this signal that ignoring best practices is okay. The next comes from No Name. Thank you to the board for this opportunity to share my thoughts regarding the upcoming 2020-2021 school year. In addition to being a teacher in the district, I am also a parent who has had and still has children being educated in the school district for over 20 years. I can only imagine the stress and sleepless nights you have all been going through to make the tough decisions that not only affect our students, but the parents, the teachers, as well as the other staff that make effectively educating our children possible. First and foremost, as a parent, I want my children to be safe and healthy. As an educator, I want my students to be safe and healthy. I understand the difficulties that distance learning presents from the perspective of both a teacher and a parent. However, it is my humble opinion that distance learning is the best option for the health and safety of all involved. COVID-19 has shown itself to be unpredictable. There are still so many unknowns to this virus, and there seems to be a shift in patterns on who it affects. First, experts thought the virus only affected the elderly with underlying health conditions. Then younger people without underlying health conditions were affected. Then we have begun to hear that it is severely striking some children under the age of 17. Its victims seem to be getting younger and younger as the virus mutates. As of now, it appears that kids do not become as sick as older people do, but we don't know who or how it will affect others. And as we've seen, it can be deadly. That is a big risk to take. Let's err on the side of caution and begin the school year with distance learning. Beginning the school year with distance learning will give more time for health experts and government entities to determine infection control and containment measures needed to keep us all safe while we are home safe. The next is no name. I am commenting on this agenda item. After reviewing the proposals, I have 4 issues to discuss. First, I saw nothing about meeting the needs of ELL students. Second, there's a lack of equity for students in the northern part of the district. Third, I am concerned about the burden put on single parents and teachers with young kids trying to have office hours and transportation. The next comes from No Name. I highly recommend Las Flores for the independent study option. The teachers there do a great job of reaching out to parents and create close relationships with their students. Students receive a regular high school diploma like they would at any other high school in the district. There would be very little concern about COVID since teachers meet with students one-on-one. Las Flores is a great option for all students. The next comes from Megan Merritt. The proposed schedule for elementary students is not acceptable. The schedule provides students with 1/5 of the in-class time normally allotted without significantly improving safety. The proposal makes it impossible for parents to work a standard schedule. There has to be a better way. One of my children is high-functioning special needs. It bothered me that assessments were given priority in the plan document rather than a safe way to educate our children. I need assurance that my child will receive the in-person supports that are supposed to be provided. Last year, he progressed by leaps and bounds in class, but struggled with distance learning. Both of my children required lots of hands-on support to do their distance learning exercises, and there are simply not enough hours in the day to teach 2 kids, work full-time job, and run a household. I need assurance that my children will be given access to their teachers and that the teachers will be given the tools that they need to do their job of educating. Our teachers are highly trained professionals and they need to be enabled to educate and mentor, not to scrub desks and sanitize services. I would be willing to help sanitize a classroom if it meant my children would get more time with their teachers. The next comes from last name Miller. Elk Grove Virtual Academy is a great option for students in elementary school. My son participated in this program and absolutely loved it. Elk Grove Virtual Academy is part of Elk Grove Unified School District. It is a self-paced online program. The teachers are wonderful and very supportive. I do not understand why the district is not openly promoting this option, specifically to all families with children in elementary school. Families need time to do their research and look into the different options they have within the district. There is also a homeschooling option in the district for elementary age students, but I prefer the Elk Grove Virtual Academy because the curriculum was already set up and ready to go for the student. It is very easy to use. I highly recommend Elk Grove Virtual Academy. Board members, please give parents the specific list of options they have within our great district. It will save parents time and prevent too many phone calls to the district asking for the same information. Thank you. The next has no name. How is 2 half-days of in-person school sufficient? The mental and social well-being of children are at stake. How are working families to manage such a schedule? Working teachers with children in EGUSD schools will have difficulty supporting their own children receiving distance learning while trying to teach is at the same time. There has to be a better solution, more flexibility or perhaps more options for full-time distance learning. This next comes from Kirk Baylor. The 2020-2021 school year needs to be a return to normal. Distance learning was a complete joke. There is no feasible way to return to school with a modified schedule or distance learning or a combination thereof and doesn't fail our students. I have zero intentions of going through the motions. With my kids to fulfill their teachers' responsibilities for them, I work more than full-time, and my children deserve the undivided attention of a full-time teacher to provide the educational foundation they deserve. Mediocrity in education is completely unacceptable. It can be done reasonably and safely. This comes from Sarah. Please take into consideration the parents that still must work full-time to keep their homes afloat. I am a single mom and must work full-time. I cannot afford to hire someone to watch my 8 and 10-year-old all day and act as a homeschooling teacher as well. I obviously cannot let my children stay at home all day by themselves. If they are only in school 8 hours a week, I have no idea what I'm going to do. Plus, my daughter is in special education, and the last 2 months of the 4th grade for her was a complete joke. Despite several phone calls and emails to the school staff, none of her work was modified or formatted to conform to her IEP modifications. Please come up with a suggestion for families that cannot play parent, daycare provider, and teacher for their children each day. If not, I will be forced to move my children to the Lodi Unified School District that will be going back to school full-time. The next comes from an Elk Grove Unified School District teachers. Communities inherently have trust in their schools to always act in the best interest of the entire community. Thus, whatever the board and district teams decide to do in the upcoming school year, our community will trust what leaders decide and believe that simply because leaders have made a decision, that it is the safe and right decision. However, this may not be the case because our board are subject to political pressure as well as pressure from loud community members. Board members and district leaders, you are in a unique position to make a decision that will affect the health and safety of not only South Sacramento and Elk Grove, but the surrounding communities in which staff live also. Please consider the recent horrific spike in cases and hospitalizations. With that said, do not put more than 10 people in any one room and uphold the mask mandate. Alternatively, allow only the children of workers to attend, and anyone who can keep their children home should. The next has no name. When deciding the school year, please listen to the principals and teachers' preferences. They are the ones that will have to deal with a decision. Also, please make it a priority to put siblings on the same schedule so parents are not spending their day dropping off and picking up at school, defeating the purpose of half days. The next, I believe, comes from no name. I imagine we will have distance learning of some sort next year. Please require that teachers provide pre-recorded instructional videos or live videos on distance learning days. Last school year, distance learning was horrible because 99% of the teachers that my kiddos had just got online and assigned a list of homework in Google Classroom. There were no instruction except they offer help during the office hours. Parents were responsible to teach kids at all the materials that the teacher assigned. That was not fair. Pre-recorded or live instructional videos similar to online college courses would have helped parents and kids out tremendously because those pre-recorded instructional videos can introduce the materials to the kids, and parents can assist the kids with understanding the assignment. Teachers need to devote more time to students during distance learning. In distant learning, teachers should not rely on parents to reach kids 99% of the time. Teachers should teach kids as if kids are in class, and parents should review the materials with kids. If students are in class half the time and distance learning the other half, may I suggest the instruction be live every day on Zoom? This will allow the teacher to continually teach the students every day. I'm afraid that teachers will teach each group half the material and assign the other half as homework. Zoom classes every day with teachers teaching on the board projector will be awesome. Please require instruction directly from teachers to a requirement on distance learning days. Thank you. The next comes from Lisa. Last school year regarding distance learning was a complete nightmare for both of my kids. I have a son on IEP. When your child is disabled, this is not beneficial in any way. There is no possible way he could have done anything by himself. He needed direction and reassurance at all times. He needed things better explained to him in different ways. If a parent wasn't with him, he would have failed the 4th grade. As you know, people are back to work, and there is no way I or any other parent that works can sit there for 5 or more hours a day doing work. I do not agree with the distance learning in any way. I want my children or my kids back full time. It is unreasonable for the school district to have the parents take the teacher's job. If Elk Grove School District is not going to provide teaching full-time, then I feel as though you guys should be paying for our children to go somewhere else so they can be taught full-time. The next comes from Marie. My family do not agree with the current proposed school schedule. It is not conducive to our family schedule, and I am positive to most working families as well. We feel this is a cost savings measure that does not put the student first. It is a major impact on the scheduled time for an elementary school student. For all students, we prefer and are advocating for reopening 5 days a week in class. With optional distance learning for families that would prefer it. We already know other school districts that are doing this. Why can't EGUSD? The next, I think there are approximately 3 more. No name. While I am fortunate to work at home and able to transport my children, I feel for the Rancho Cordova families that will have CAMS and PGHS kids transportation will be difficult for them. I would like my children to go to school more time though, so I can continue to be productive in my job. I would also like to ensure that children and staff are always wearing masks. I don't feel there is a reason for them to be without a mask at any time. Thank you. This next comes from Kurt Austin. My name is Kurt Austin, and I am a teacher at Elliott Ranch Elementary School. I have a comment regarding the educational transition plan. Although it may be early to consider this, I just wanted to mention many universities across the country are planning to stop any in-person instruction between Thanksgiving and the New Year because of the potential for student and family travel during this week. It may be worth it to be prepared to switch from a hybrid model, if that's what is adopted, to distance learning only for the 3 weeks after a Thanksgiving break. While college students are more likely to travel home and come back to campus, many of our K-12 students may also either travel or have family come to their homes from all over, increasing the possibility of virus spread during the weeks after this break. My point is, it may be prudent to be proactive in thinking about at any times during the calendar year like this, after spring break as well, for example, when only distance learning might become the delivery model for a short period of time, out of an abundance of caution for the safety of all students, their families, and staff. Thank you for the incredible effort you're all putting into making these difficult decisions. And the last 2, sorry. No name. My child with special needs is going to suffer greatly from this proposed schedule. I understand the safety concerns, but having been off school since March, she has already regressed socially and behaviorally. She needs the structure and in-person contact, and as a working parent, I fear I have to give up working in order to make sure she thrives if this new schedule is enacted. The last comment toward the education plan is from Rodriguez. I am grateful that the school district is taking measures to promote safety for my children. However, my children attend Zender Ranch Elementary School and I work outside of Elk Grove. I would like to request the in-class schedule to be extended to at least 2:45 p.m. Otherwise, an earlier schedule of 12 p.m. pickup would cause me a hardship. That concludes the Ed Plan concepts. I have a request to provide a break from you with another voice. Would that be okay, Ms. Albiani?
Of course.
This is on, yeah, distance learning.
We are on distance learning. Education plan ran 30 minutes for anybody who's counting.
Let me adjust this real quick. I don't know how small you want it, but if you want it larger, I can squeeze it in and blow it up. Larger?
Here? No, we're good.
Yeah.
On
This one, the top one.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Madam President. I will try to do as well as the wonderful Santi Pinkerton.
Bar is high.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Okay, for the first comment in this category from Harjeet Kaur, putting the kids on risk is a foolish idea. Without the vaccine, online learning is best for them at this point. Next comment from Amrit Paul Singh. Online learning should continue while vaccine is not available. Kids don't know about social distancing. Who is responsible if they get sick? Think 100 times before making decision. Next comment from Sarabit Kaur. Should ask the patient's permission first before putting their kids on health risk. Please continue online learning until the vaccine comes in doctor's office for kids. From Julia Butts. Please reinstate residence learning as opposed to distance learning and resume activities without restrictions. Sacramento County has one of the lowest infection rates in the country. School is the safest place for our students, and students in school will not result in the learning loss we had this last trimester. We've taken away enough from our children. Show leadership and let them back in school. Families who feel unsafe can choose homeschool their children. For the rest of us, let us resume normalcy. From Jennifer Nelson. I am a parent of 2 children, middle school and high school. We are a 2-parent household. I am a nurse. My husband is a teacher in the district. Distance learning was developed due to an emergency situation. My children thrive inside the classroom surrounded by their teachers and peers. They did not learn during distance learning. This process should not continue for the upcoming school year. School should reopen with recommended safety measures for the children in Elk Grove Unified School District. School in the classroom provides the consistency and an environment that will provide them with the normalcy that has been lacking since March. My children have been sad and depressed, removed from their friends and teachers. I am concerned for their mental health if this distance learning continues. The hybrid option will be difficult work for working families. This will be an impossible task for my family if this model occurs. I am unable to leave my children at home alone. This could be an option for families that are not ready for their children to return to school. My children are both involved in band. Music is essential for their well-being. Please keep this program in all extracurricular activities. Band is everything to my children. I believe most children do well in school and have the opportunity to play a sport, participate in band, and other activities offered through school. Children need the balance of learning and activities. Thank you for listening to my concerns. I hope we are able to move forward and get children that are ready back into the classroom 5 days a week. How do I do this? Oh, there you go. As a teacher, I feel uncomfortable for myself, my family, and my students. I'm sorry, this is from Chris Reedy. As a teacher, I feel uncomfortable for myself, my family, my students going back to school. Ask teachers how difficult it will be to keep students 6 feet apart and wearing clean masks, and they will shake their heads. Let's do an orientation week to meet students and get them oriented for distance learning, then keep similar distance model until it is safer to be back in school. Even a hybrid model will not be safe. Just consider the increase in cases since phase 2 and phase 3 in California. It's not worth the risk of all our lives to be in the classroom. Hi, this is from Maria. Hi, I was recently diagnosed with breast cancer. Homeschooling is the way I will probably be going for next school year. Is there an option? Also in Mexico, distance learning was done through TV since most kids don't have laptops. Everyone has a TV. Just a thought. Thank you. From Brianna Maloney. Will we as parents have a choice to just do distance learning and not the modified distance go to school? If so, how could we request distance learning only? From Bree Kamenauskas. You need to add an option for full distance learning. Without that, I would choose homeschool options such as K-12 or the like. I would prefer to be through EGS USD, but my children will not return to a campus this next school year. From Brandy L. I understand the need to distance learn. However, half days of school are neither productive nor able to be accommodated by myself as a single working mother. 2 full days would be easier than 4 half, 2 in person and 2 at home. I'm concerned the survey skewed answer 4 with the threat of choosing another school, thereby skewing the overall results. Full days are a must, however that is configured. And as for distance learning, I can't help my kids while I work. My girls had one teacher they could navigate alone, but the other teachers' assignments were all over the place, and I had to sit by my oldest to do everything. We ended up doing attendance, reading, PE, and keyboarding daily and quit the rest. The current proposal will not work for working parents. The survey needs to be revamped and reissued. No name. As a primary elementary teacher, 1st grade, I am concerned that the time in which we are expected to provide distance learning support, 12:40 p.m. to 3:15 p.m., students will not be able to participate. I say this from our distance learning experience to end the 2019-2020 school year, and with the knowledge that these students missed out on at least 3 months of kindergarten. Students were available in the earlier AM or later PM because the parents were working. Only 50% of my students connected for Zoom classes, whole group, small group, independent. I also made myself available before and after said contract hours to accommodate those working families that reached out. Although I understand the need for a hybrid model, I am very concerned that a large number of students are going to be missed with this plan. I am very concerned for some of the youngest of our students. These kiddos need the most in-person support, and we are missing the mark with this plan. We could easily support these students with a morning and afternoon group 4 days a week, 2.5 hours, and 1 day of distance learning support. Please consider that one hybrid model does not fit all students. No name. I think it should be up to each child's parents to decide whether they want their kid return to campus or continue distance learning. Looking at the current situation, which is not any better than it was back in March due to COVID-19 cases continuing to rise. Personally, I do not feel comfortable letting my kids return to school, and I want them to stay distance learning. President Albiani, no name. President Albiani and school board members. After viewing the proposed teaching model for the 2021 school year, I strongly recommend the following in moving forward with phase 2 of distance learning. With the understanding of staggered schedules, Tuesday, Thursday, and Wednesday, Friday cohorts seem apparent. If we are in cohorts, what about having students be at the physical site from 8 to 2 on their cohort days? The academic gap is widening. Students need to be in the classroom as much as possible for their optimal learning and mental health. On their off days, the students can work on independent assignments from their classroom teacher. We cannot be expected to plan lessons for both the physical classroom and online as outlined in the proposal. If students are at school for 3 hours, how is that going to give the parents the opportunity to get back to work? We need our parents' support. Classrooms can be sanitized after school at 2 to be ready for the next day. Recesses and lunches can be staggered. What is holding us back from getting our students on campuses at least 2 full school days a week? As we learned from the spring, there are many teachers in the Elk Grove Unified School District who work beyond their contracted hours, and then there were teachers who worked far below their contract hours. Where is the equity for teachers and their work hours? Each site should have an off-day support team to help the students online and with office hours when they are not in the physical classroom. The off-day support team could include teachers who are health compromised, computer resource teachers, PE teachers, instructional coaches, etc. If a classroom needs to be closed down due to a case of COVID-19, then the classroom teacher who can do his or her distance learning via online and still get help from the off-day support team. Additionally, grading needs to return to the standards of the district in which the students excelled. Students were not challenged in the spring. There was no accountability for them. It is time to move forward, and while respecting health guidelines, give students the opportunity to be back in their classrooms. No name. EGUSD's transition to improved educational service for all students. How will the district support parents with distance learning? How will they host lunch and learn for parents to assist their students by grade level state standards? From Karen Mitchell. Based on the experience of the parents during your distance learning rollout, whereby the students were in effect instructing themselves with their parents, left lesson planning and co-teaching, the lack of skills in computer technologies by the instructors in the district was front and center. What is the district doing about training its teachers to be at least as competent as the students? From Madeline Westerland. Based on such low rates of COVID-19 flu cases and deaths among age groups under 18, why is there not an option from the board to those that are at high risk or simply opting distance learning over precaution or fear to do so, and they can opt out of athletics and other essential extracurricular activities as well, while the majority of students can return to school and advance their lives under standard operating procedures? This would allow the district to compartmentalize resources, budget, and staff to specialized job functions to serve the distance learning community without a disruption to the normal schedule. This would also provide a better and more customized educational experience for distance learners. Why can't parents make proposals in such a public forum? From CC. Dear EGUSD Board, please consider remaining on a distance learning schedule for the 2021 school year. 50% capacity is not safe enough. We are already seeing spikes in new cases due to restaurants, bars, etc., operating at 50% across the country. This includes Sacramento. Many kids in our district, include my own, normally spend time with their grandparents that are in high-risk categories. This is a serious concern for the potential shedding of this virus should kids be back in school. I plan to opt for distance learning if given the opportunity. I'm a concerned parent and EGUSD spouse. Thank you. No name. 100% distance learning needs to be an available option next school year. COVID is on the rise. Sending our children to school with no requirements for face coverings for both the staff and students puts all of our families at risk. Words like should, recommend, and advise does not make wear face coverings mandatory. I would feel more comfortable sending my children to school if the district requires everyone to wear a face covering to school. Moreover, temperature checks by parents are not reliable either. Too often children attend school sick because parents send their children to school because they have to go to work and the sick child stays at school until the child vomits or complains to the teacher about not feeling well. From Stephanie Bailey. From your posted presentation, it does not appear that parents are able to choose an all-distance learning option for the upcoming school year. Given the recent surge of new COVID cases nationwide in California and especially in Sacramento County, I am not comfortable sending my children back to campus at this time. Many families like my own have family members with conditions that put them at higher risk for COVID complications. These families deserve an option that allows them to continue social distancing without needing to attend in-person classes. I also find this schedule to be unrealistic for the majority of families I know. We are fortunate enough to be able to work from home right now, but I'm not sure how long that will continue. Having to arrange for childcare that will transport our children to and from campus different days of the week and provide scaffolding for younger children during their distance learning time will be challenging. Back in March, Elk Grove Unified School District was at the forefront of shutting schools down to keep our students, staff, and families safe. Though many families on social media second-guessed that initial shutdown decision, history has shown that it was the right one. I hope that in this moment, you again make a decision that helps keep students, staff, and families safe and offer an all-distance option for the upcoming school year. Thank you for your consideration. From Marie. With the proposal for school, it's just not a good idea for working parents. It's going to be difficult for those that work full-time all day, and even those that work from home that really can't stop their work to be doing schooling. Example, let's say a parent gets home around 5:30. They have dinner to do. Then what? Going into watching a recording and doing work for a couple hours, then getting kids ready for bed and the next day. This is just not going to work. That's a pretty packed evening. I'd rather my kids go back full-time and you still have an option for those who want to continue distance learning. Kristen, how do you plan to follow students' IEPs with distance learning? How will my child get the time she needs from the learning center every day with distance learning? This is a major concern. From Veronica Bandy, please do not consider a hybrid form of education for 2021, with students attending some days and not others in the week. This is cost prohibitive for working parents. We will have to pay for all-day daycare, even on days that our students are in class, to hold our spots. This is cost prohibitive. Either we attend classes with social distancing or we go online. Please also continue with letter grades, as the pass-fail system is problematic for progression, transitioning to other school districts and college. Simran Kaur, I'm not going to send my kids to school until the vaccine comes in the doctor's office. Not a good idea to open school. Online school is the best at this point. No name. With the rise in COVID-19 cases, I do not feel safe sending my children to school, even on a hybrid schedule. If a hybrid schedule is offered, please make full distance learning alternatives available. My children attend elementary and junior high within the district, and if full district distance learning is unavailable, unfortunately, my family will have to withdraw from Elk Grove Unified School District this upcoming school year. No name. Dear Board, I understand the safety of the hybrid model and do believe schools should be at half capacity in order for social distancing to occur in the classroom. Please consider making the 2 days to be full days instead of half days, as it would be really hard to find daycare that way. There are many two-family working parents as well as single working parents. Not many daycares will pick up children from school either. I would forego the help of teachers during distance learning days on the days my children will do distance learning to be able to have them attend school 2 full days. They will be attending school the next day, and I am sure their teacher would explain to them what they have to do the day before. My children are in elementary school and go to school for 4 hours twice a week. Will not give them enough time to pick up the necessary skills to read and comprehend. The 4 hours in class will result to 3 hours of instruction if you count recess, numerous hand washing, PE, and teaching them social skills. When I choose a hybrid model for the safety of my children, I thought it was going to be 2 full days. Never did it cross my mind that the hybrid model basically states that one parent has to stay at home or have full-time daycare. I do not believe children should attend 5 days a week, yet as there would be 24 plus children in the class, and having been in my children's classroom, there is no way to social distance in the room with that many kids. From JSD. Thanks for the hybrid option. It is important to balance education with the health and safety of our children. Please ensure that distance learning is that, learning just at home. During the April to May timeframe, there was limited teaching. Please also consider additional supports for children with special needs and their parents. No name. After listening to the comments made at the previous board meeting regarding returning to school, I wanted to express my concern about being able to do so safely. I work at the largest school in the district, and I have 2 children in Elk Grove Unified School District elementary schools. The modification that would be required in order to make face-to-face schooling truly safe are astronomical, and I have very little confidence that we are on our way to do so with fidelity at this point in time, and with the restrictions on spreading that we are facing. We shut down the school district with few cases in our county. We enter the school year with the pandemic at an all-time high. Why shut down conservatively and then open up in the midst of much higher risk? I often hear about this disease does not affect children. First off, it certainly does. Secondly, whatever they're exposed to, they bring home. In our family, we care for a parent nearing 80. So besides concern for my children, my spouse, and myself, I am even more concerned about what we may expose her to. I understand that Americans are tired of being conservative. They want things to return to normal, and the outside world is forcing us into increased danger each day. I understand that there is some confusion about the purpose of school and the function of daycare. It is not a school district's responsibility to become babysitters and put our entire community at risk, when it is responsibility of the community and government to provide support and aid during a pandemic. If we have respect for the integrity of education and respect for human lives, we will not allow people to bully us into becoming the babysitters they want and need us to be. It is not yet safe for us to return to school, masks or not. It is not safe for the children, their families, nor the staff, who must interact with anywhere from 24 to 150 children and all of their exposures every single day. I know this is not easy, but this is not the time to be political, nor is the time to be blind to science and reality. From Trina Allen. I have taught for Elk Grove as a special educator for 11 years. I love my job and want to continue teaching my wonderful students. However, if we return to work in person, none of the recommended steps for social distancing will be possible for them. I teach high school, FLS Mod Severe. My students don't have the cognitive and physical ability to wear PPE or stay socially distant. They would refuse, touch, take off masks, and need to be physically assisted from full toileting to physical lifting to hand-over-hand instruction to feeding, etc. How can I keep already medically fragile students safe? How can I keep my at-risk children safe? My daughter, who attends Jesse Baker School, has Down syndrome and kidney issues. She is at great risk for complications from COVID-19. I can't. Every day I'm exposed to bodily fluids no matter how careful I am. They unintentionally sneeze in faces, put fingers in their mouths, and touch people and surfaces. In wonderful moments, they laugh out loud, giving high fives, hugs, and fist bumps. In moments of crisis, they can spit, scream, hit, cry, scratch, and bite, putting staff and their peers at risk. It is my job to adjust the environment and teach replacement skills and better communication, but that does not happen instantly. To help them wash their hands to a safe standard, they need hand-over-hand prompting. My day consists of constant redirection and high fives. I have weighed these concerns along with the very valid concerns surrounding my students' current relative isolation. They miss me. They miss each other. They want to be in school. Please believe me when I tell you that I miss them. Beyond words, do I miss them. You are being tasked with a multifaceted problem, but at the end of the day, student and staff safety needs to be the bottom line. As a special educator, my risk in comparison to a general educator is much greater, and my students are dramatically at higher risk than their peers. I want to make sure you are centering students with special needs in your plans for next year. To meet the criteria of IDEA, we must first provide safety and realistic guidelines. There is no doubt in my mind that we will be safer if we wait, as difficult as it is, to go back to the classroom and start the school year off with distance learning. From Lisa Hernandez. Elk Grove Unified was the leader in closing schools down and moving toward distance learning. Thank you. Many parents, myself included, are at higher risk for complications from COVID and applaud those hard decisions. As we can consider what education looks like for 2021, I would encourage the board to allow a multifaceted, parent-driven approach to education. Distance learning will need to continue in earnest to accommodate the students and staff that will inevitably be sick or quarantined for 2 weeks at a time due to COVID exposures. Please consider continuing 100% distance learning to minimize the effect of those absences and allow it as an option for those children who are themselves at a higher risk as complications or have family members at higher risk. I understand education will need to ease back into normal at some point. However, the proposed cohort plan would mean significant exposure for staff, and those staff members could spread the novel coronavirus between cohorts. Additionally, the proposed Tuesday, Thursday, Wednesday, Friday cohort system results in different cohorts occupying the same physical space within a 24-hour period. Please consider staff and student cohorts that would meet in class Monday, Tuesday, utilize Wednesday as a campus down day for thorough cleaning and natural germ death before bringing a Thursday, Friday student and staff cohort onto campus, then thoroughly clean again over the weekend. Thank you for your time, consideration of these requests as you move forward with our children, our livelihood, and our very lives in your hands. That was by Lisa Hernandez.
Oh, excuse me, Craig, Mr. Murray.
Yeah.
I need to ask for a motion to extend our meeting past the limited 10 o'clock time of our bylaws.
I'll move that, Madam Chair.
Second.
Thank you. Oh,
am I good to go?
All those I've got to do a count. Sorry. I'm going to go by where you are on my screen. Ms. Charis Espinoza?
Aye.
Mr. Fortuna?
Aye.
Dr. Martinez-Solier?
Aye.
Mr. Madison? Mr. Madison, we didn't hear you. I'm sorry. It's happened again, Mr. Madison.
Aye.
Thank you. Ms. Singh Allen?
Aye.
Mr. Perez?
Aye.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And myself. Okay, it's unanimous. Thank you. Sorry to interrupt you, Mr. Murray.
Oh, thank you. Are we ready to proceed?
Yes, do you know how many you have left?
No.
Okay, not a problem.
Why, Zanthi can help.
It's fine, it's fine. It's not worth.
There's 39 total. Yeah, about 8 more.
Okay, let's go. Thank you.
From Sean Hammond Egeland. Letter to the Elk Grove Unified School District Board. As we continue to watch the numbers related to new COVID-19 cases soar, both locally and nationwide, I implore you to further consider the absolute necessity of continued distance learning, which truly is focused on being better than ever in the long run. EGUSD's transition to improved educational services for all students, slide 2. As a parent and educator in EGUSD, the safety of my child, myself, our educators, and my colleagues is the utmost importance. Pushing into the classroom presents educators with the impossible task of enforcing policy complications. Of enforcing policy compliance. Further exposes students to potential risk of COVID-19 contraction, and also mandates that educators participate in face-to-face instruction. Educators are being put at great risk which is avoidable, and as a result, they are increasing the likelihood of exposing family members, both feeble and healthy alike, to this unpredictable and vicious virus. Is it the right of the district to play God, to determine what is best for our people, for my son, for my daughter, my nephew, niece, my sister, colleague, or even myself? Until we have reliable and conclusive answers, even medications which can treat this condition, we absolutely cannot return to the classroom. Instead of requiring educators to return to the classroom, require students to attend mandatory daily live Zoom or virtual check-in and instruction. Video is never required. Active participation would be, though. Ask parents to sign off on this, an approach to educating which is proven, effective, and safe. Invest in meaningful professional development. Empower educators with the tools they require in order to provide effective and meaningful instructional opportunities. Virtually. What is best for everyone? Listen to the public health doctor who spoke at the emergency board meeting. This isn't over. We are not safe. Herd immunity doesn't even exist. Cohorts, pods, it does not matter. The risk is far too high. When we begin losing the very educators required in order to educate students, as a result to returning to face-to-face instruction, what then? Who will compensate their families? Who will support their growing children? It is too soon. This is temporary. We cannot go back to physical face-to-face in-person instruction yet. You're asking educators to choose between their livelihood and their safety health. It is too soon. Please, what will you do when the educators all contract COVID and you have no educators to educate? What then? Be the leaders you have proven yourself to be from the start. Superintendent Hoffman and members of the board, if you can't even have a board meeting face-to-face, how can you expect educators to return to students face-to-face? Again, I say it is too soon. From Christina Masterson, we can do better than this, Elk Grove Unified. Any kind of distance learning for primary is not beneficial in at least for anyone. You are going to put an enormous strain on both the parents and children should you go this route. You are also exposing children with more than if they were going to school full-time, because those children will have to go to daycare in order for their parents to work. So then the children would be expected to exposed to a whole other group of children they wouldn't normally be exposed to. Not all parents can afford to stay home and participate in distance learning, and it's not fair to force them to pay for additional childcare that they wouldn't have to normally pay. You need to look at what Roseville and El Dorado are doing, giving us a choice, and let one of those choices be to let our children back to school. Make us sign a waiver if we need to. We understand the risk. We also understand the damages that children might be faced with the educational support system. From Concerned Parent, the numbers of COVID-19 cases are on the rise. The only safe option is distance learning for all. I was honored to be in a district that was the pioneer for the state at the beginning of this and clearly showed that our students and staff were our #1 priority. Do it again. The safety of our teachers, staff, and students should be our #1 focus. Everyone wants to return to school when it is safe. However, it is not safe right now. We need to have distance learning for everyone and reevaluate in December. I understand there will be an option for distance learning. However, it needs to be the only option for all. We need to think of our amazing teachers who will be put out on the front lines and risk exposing their families. Distance learning last spring was done in an emergency situation. Now the teachers will have an opportunity to fine tune it. A hybrid model will not help students' social emotional health. This model will cause confusion and a lack of stability for students. Every day their schedule will be vastly different. Seeing the school the way it will have to be in order to ensure social distancing will be traumatizing to students. Distance learning will allow stability. They are already used to this platform from spring and will roll right into it. Social interactions on Zoom will foster social emotional health. If we go back to a hybrid and a child or staff gets the virus, given the recent data that this will definitely happen, then students' schedule again abruptly changes. It will be this constant back and forth of schedules. Please do the right thing for the safety of our students and teachers. Give the students and parents stability and have distance learning for all. It might be difficult at first to figure out childcare. However, it will be far better to have a consistent schedule than to scramble to find childcare because the school is suddenly closed due to someone getting the virus. Please think of the big picture. Yes, we want to go back to school, but only when it is safe. The data indicates it is definitely not safe right now. No name. As a parent of 2 elementary school children ages 5 and 8, having school attendance twice a week on campus does not provide a strong foundation of learning for TK and kindergarten children. If anything, this will provide added stress for them as they will be home 4 days in a row. There needs to be more options provided for families. If parents want to homeschool and teachers are comfortable teaching from home, then that should be another cohort. Meanwhile, those like my family who strongly believe in that social interactions is just as important as learning to read should be provided an option for our children to attend campus more frequently. No name. Hello, I'm an older teacher close to 60. I take care of my elderly mother, 90 years old, who lives with me. I would very much appreciate your attention to the dangers of both myself and to my students' families if I'm required to return to the classroom. Even if the kids are divided into small groups, as a teacher, I'll be subject to all of the kids throughout the week. So for me, I might as well be in a room full of kids. Also, the implementation of social distancing is good in theory, but in actuality, it will be almost impossible to enforce with your young students. If I am asked to go back into the classroom, I will be exposing myself to all of my students and everyone they come into contact with, and vice versa. This means that I will be exposed to all of their family members and everyone their family members come into contact with as well. Being sent back into the classroom puts my health in immediate danger since I am older, and also puts my elderly mother's health in danger. But my mother and I would be considered high risk due to various health concerns. It also puts the students' health in danger since they will be exposing themselves to all of their classmates through me. Our team of teachers work very diligently to provide quality education to our students. With much effort and hard work, I am very proud to say that I had 100% participation of my intermediate students last spring in distance learning, and everyone was able to remain safe. Thank you for your consideration. Teacher in Elk Grove Unified School District. Teachers cannot be expected to do 2 different jobs at once. We would all be better served by keeping children at home and doing a great job of distance learning. By attempting to put children back in classrooms, we will be spread too thin and nothing will be done well. For people arguing that families need daycare, we really need to know how many that exactly is. Not a want or preference, but who actually needs daycare. We can also have a skeleton staff be on campus for the children of these families, but everyone else stay home and join lessons via Zoom with teachers. Most high schoolers may not enjoy learning from home, but they can do it. Right now is not the time for options and choices. Board members and district leaders need to lead and do so to protect everyone, not pander to the wants of parents. It is time to lead and be brave in your decisions. Next comment. No name. Thank you for putting students, staff, and families' health first last March 2020. I truly believe a lot of health issues for many were prevented as a result of the board's efforts to be bold in spite of the inconvenience that many are frustrated with the effects of distance learning. As a parent and staff member, I am concerned with putting students, families, and staff at risk. We can't ignore that Elk Grove COVID numbers have increased over the past 2 weeks. Just because one may contract COVID-19 in a school setting and live to survive the experience does not guarantee the next recipients of the virus will be as lucky. Learning in a school setting is supposed to be a safe experience for all. If we cannot guarantee that all students will be safe from the effects of this pandemic, schools should continue full distance learning. Grace before grades, health before curriculum. Next comment. Anonymous. If students are allowed to have an option of distance learning or a hybrid model, I feel teachers should be given the same option being that we are of higher risk of complications due to contracting the virus, and some of us have children at home that we will need to help with their own distance learning. I do not expect the world to become unselfish and think about the good of the population as a whole, but I hope our district would by allowing teacher choice. Right now, I feel some parents are more concerned with having free childcare, opportunities for their kids to play sports, than the possibility of risking their child's and their own health. Trends are currently showing the worst is not over regarding the coronavirus, although concerns have lessened. That is frightening when it comes to placing students back in the classroom. No name. Thank you to the district and bargaining units for your time and energy to come up with options for the 2021 school year. I'm sure it's been stressful and an endless task. As a concerned teacher and parent, I'm worried about the potential exposure of COVID to our students and staff. Research is showing that more of our younger population is testing positive for COVID. Exposure not only puts the students at risk, but the staff and their families as well. The fact that the board meeting is done via Zoom today should be of concern. If our board members don't even feel safe enough to hold a meeting in person, how can you expect our staff and students to go back into the classroom? Of course, it is better for learning if the students are back in the classroom. There is no doubt about that. But more specific details about protocol, sanitation, and routines should be laid out for the community before any teacher or parent makes a decision to go back. And how much of school are you going to open up? Is it just in classroom learning, or are you going to include extracurricular as well? This will put staff at even more risk. And now with budget cuts, teachers are going to have to spend even more of their own money to provide individual student supplies so that there is no contamination of shared supplies. Speaking of budget, are there funds to provide each school site with a nurse? Having certificated medical staff on campus daily should be a priority during a pandemic. I completely understand that families want their children to go back to school. I do too, but I would like more information provided before making a decision. Last comment. Jason Howard and Jessica. As two teachers with young children, we are concerned with the rise of cases in California and how there is growing concern that the epidemic is becoming beyond control. Given this alarming information, the safest option would be full-time distance learning, even though it is not ideal. The month of July can be used to improve the distance learning service model using the provided feedback. Then, when students return to an improved distance learning school, we can all be part of stopping the spread of this virus and ensure long-term safety of our students, families, staff, and communities.
Done, Mr. Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Murray.
Let me grab my jacket. Sorry.
Take 5, Madam President.
Oh, you're requesting a take 5?
I think it would be nice.
Oh, sure. Okay, we'll see
Thank
you
you.
in 5.
Very good. Good job.
Ms. Albiani?
Hello.
Hi, so on our agenda, this is an interesting, I've never had this come up before. We have an item which is the SELPA plan,
Yes.
which needs to be approved and actually submitted to the Department of Ed by midnight tonight.
Oh.
Yeah.
I'll see that hour.
So I was wondering if we could move the item. I don't think the item will take very long, but if we could move the item up so that we could get the vote on it, and then we can get it scanned and sent to the Department of Ed.
I will be happy. Are we back? Are we live again?
We're always recording, so I don't think the recording stops.
Okay. We are going to pause on our current present reading of public comment to go on to action item number 4 of our agenda, an adoption of the Elk Grove Unified School District Special Education Local Plan Area SELPA Plan. Ms. Pinkerton, is there any public comment regarding this item?
There is no public comment regarding this item, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Regali?
Good evening, President Albiani, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman, and Ms. Avalos. I respectfully request board approval, adoption of the Special Education Local Plan Area for Elk Grove, which is due at midnight tonight.
Thank you. May I call for a motion to adopt Elk Grove Unified School District Special Education Local Area Plan for 2020-21?
I'll move it.
I'll second.
Moved by Mr. Madison, seconded by Ms. Charis Espinoza. Is there any comment, Mr. Forcina?
No comment. I've read it, asked questions before.
Thank you. Ms. Charis Espinoza?
No questions, thank you.
Dr. Martinez O'Leary?
No questions.
Mr. Madison?
No questions.
Mr. Perez?
No questions, get it
Thank
up.
you. Thank you. Ms. Singh Allen?
I'm good, thank you.
Thank you. Then I will call a roll call vote. Mr. Forcina?
Definitely yes.
Ms. Charis Espinoza?
Aye.
Dr. Martinez O'Leary?
Aye.
Mr. Madison?
Aye.
Mr. Perez?
Aye.
Ms. Singh Allen?
Aye.
That is unanimous. Thank you. Please get that in by midnight.
You got it. Thank you.
Appreciate it very much.
Okay, so we are headed back to discussion item number 1, Elk Grove Unified's transition to improved education services for all students. We are on the